Yes.
This lunch. Ṣé wọn máa rí skill yẹn dáadáa pẹ̀lú inú? Bí yàtọ̀ sí. You don't want your faces like they will not be comfortable. Bó ló ti ní ìdẹ̀ṣẹ́ stage ló ti ní. Eh? Is there a way you can just because like you won't be able to solve on every screen? Good.
Must be able to respond with technical solutions that solve the full range of challenges.
Whenever we show up to deliver our solutions, the expectation is that we have something pre-built from the get-go, and then we can configure and customize as needed through the end of the journey.
We have all these new exciting tools and new technologies that we can bring to the table, whether that's new AI tools, new cloud-based platforms, new data and data derivatives that we can create to fuel the insights that will transform our clients' organizations in terms of how we deliver value.
Assets are really infused with our industry depth and sector knowledge, and so it allows us very quickly to come in and help the C-suite understand. We can advise on what their biggest challenges are and how best to solve for that in a fast and efficient manner.
Assets are meant to amplify our services. When we use an asset, we leave something behind that creates value every month, every day, every cycle.
We were putting the organisation through a huge amount of change, and Deloitte had a long-standing relationship with us. Therefore, they understood our requirements, and they were able then to match their solution to what we needed in that particular moment in time. We hadn't realised to what extent we could solve that problem with tech. Deloitte have managed to then give us something off the shelf because we actually don't have time or we don't have the expertise to get there ourselves. Deloitte managed to work with the partners in a way I didn't have the time or the capability to do, and give me an impartial view of what I had today versus what the gaps were and what we needed. There was a real need to move at pace. And once you have the product in place, it's then much easier to iterate and perfect and then move it forward. If Deloitte couldn't have implemented something within 90 days, really would have missed the biggest chunk of the activity that was ahead of us.
We're building assets that are helping transform clinical trials, digital banking, supply chains, and. It's quite literally, we're solving some of the world's most pressing challenges.
This is where professional services meets innovation, and it's core to how we need to show up in the pace of the world that we work in today.
At Deloitte, we have always been committed to solving our clients' biggest challenges. And now we can solve those with the latest technologies and tools in addition to our people.
Investigating fraud and compliance matters, data breaches, health and safety incidents, or employee matters can be challenging. But so can obtaining accurate, up-to-date case information and having visibility across your entire caseload, as well as reporting to your stakeholders who want information you're struggling to find yourself. CaseSolve changes all that. Forget using spreadsheets or general-purpose systems, which make it hard to manage risk, quality, consistency, and efficiency. Instead, let your team work more efficiently and consistently with an end-to-end digital investigation and compliance case management solution. A single, simple source of truth and an easier and less stressful way to run a case. CaseSolve can help enhance the case process from initial alert and triage to resolution. For example, its simplified dashboard and reporting provides real-time visibility of your caseload, tasks, and approvals. CaseSolve also offers a faster, simpler triage alert system, so your team's limited investigative capacity can be used where it's needed most. CaseSolve also gives your investigation teams the tools they need to effortlessly track all actions and their outcomes, record notes from calls, meetings, and other communications. What's more, it's developed using Deloitte forensic, investigative, and technical capabilities, not to mention the benefits of being built on ServiceNow. These features make CaseSolve your end-to-end investigation and compliance case management solution. Connect with us today to arrange a demo.
In today's fast-paced business world, staying ahead of the competition is more important than ever. But with multiple systems and sources of data, it could be a challenge to get the insights you need to make informed decisions in real time. Imagine if you had the benefits of a fully consolidated ERP, but in a much simpler model. Accelerating the modernization of your finance organization, reducing costs, and establishing a single source of truth, all without a big price tag or risk of disruption. Well, you no longer have to imagine.
Deloitte's Autonomous Superledger, powered by Oracle, is an AI-fueled cloud solution for autonomous transaction processing, financial planning and analysis, and subledger reporting with advanced analytics. Built on the Oracle Cloud Platform, it establishes one secure corporate accounting-owned source of truth for your financial data. The best part, you can experience and deploy innovative features that would have taken you years to accomplish in a full-scale ERP consolidation.
We're talking touchless processing, self-healing and auto-correction, transaction accounting, intelligent recommendations, insightful analytics, and predictive modeling, which are built into the platform. Superledger offers similar modern advantages like a large-scale ERP consolidation, but with greater speed and much less cost. So, what does it actually look like? The Superledger journey begins with a rapidly configured environment based on your business needs and data. The next stops include financial master data refinement with interactive simulations and auto-correcting integrations with your transactional systems. And finally, the platform uses machine learning for risk detection, automating the close process, and enabling predictive modeling, bringing together multiple unintegrated ERPs into a single Superledger, accessed and analyzed through a common cloud-based digital tool.
Not only has Superledger helped organizations to capture M&A synergies, but it has also positioned them for future M&A success. It has helped them consolidate their organization, standardize their financials, establish automated controls, reduce accounting errors, and obtain an optimal close. And finally, Superledger can help an organization de-risk and accelerate its path to the cloud in taking a more practical approach toward full ERP consolidation, making phased deployments more consistent, accurate, and revered across your organization. For far too long, complexity has stood in the way of modernization for many companies.
Superledger is a simpler way for finance organizations to accelerate modernization while reducing costs, establishing one source of truth, and making life easier for key players up and down the finance value chain. Now that sounds like a win-win. In today's fast-paced business world, staying ahead of the competition is more important than ever. But with multiple systems and sources of data, it could be a challenge to get the insights you need to make informed decisions in real time. Imagine if you had the benefits of a fully consolidated ERP, but in a much simpler model. Accelerating the modernization of your finance organization, reducing costs, and establishing a single source of truth, all without a big price tag or risk of disruption. Well, you no longer have to imagine.
Deloitte's Autonomous Superledger, powered by Oracle, is an AI-fueled cloud solution for autonomous transaction processing, financial planning and analysis, and subledger reporting with advanced analytics. Built on the Oracle Cloud Platform, it establishes one secure corporate accounting-owned source of truth for your financial data. The best part, you can experience and deploy innovative features that would have taken you years to accomplish in a full-scale ERP consolidation.
We're talking touchless processing, self-healing and auto-correction, transaction accounting, intelligent recommendations, insightful analytics, and predictive modeling, which are built into the platform. Superledger offers similar modern advantages, like a large-scale ERP consolidation, but with greater speed and much less cost. So, what does it actually look like? The Superledger journey begins with a rapidly configured environment based on your business needs and data. The next stops include financial master data refinement with interactive simulations and auto-correcting integrations with your transactional systems. And finally, the platform uses machine learning for risk detection, automating the close process, and enabling predictive modeling, bringing together multiple unintegrated ERPs into a single Superledger, accessed and analyzed through a common cloud-based digital tool.
Not only has Superledger helped organizations to capture M&A synergies, but it has also positioned them for future M&A success. It has helped them consolidate their organization, standardize their financials, establish automated controls, reduce accounting errors, and obtain an optimal close. And finally, Superledger can help an organization de-risk and accelerate its path to the cloud in taking a more practical approach toward full ERP consolidation, making phased deployments more consistent, accurate, and revered across your organization. For far too long, complexity has stood in the way of modernization for many companies.
Superledger is a simpler way for finance organizations to accelerate modernization while reducing costs, establishing one source of truth, and making life easier for key players up and down the finance value chain. Now that sounds like a win-win.
Have become the new business currency. Bad actors now use sophisticated technology and Gen AI, like deepfake, to wreak havoc on your organization's reputational and financial well-being, while reducing their cost of executing scams and fraud. This can go undetected and unprevented for months, years, or even indefinitely. One reason is because the systems designed to prevent it are often limited to tackling historic abuses. Other barriers are the sheer volume of data, limited analytical skills, and the perceived costs of monitoring. It's the perfect storm for fraud to thrive. Guard AI from Deloitte dramatically tilts the playing field in your favor. Now there's a suite of tools that give you visibility at a truly granular level. Tools that don't just put you ahead of damaging activities, but can often prevent them happening in the first place. Integrated, proactive, and scalable, Guard AI deploys a combination of advanced analytics, artificial intelligence, and Gen AI to detect emerging schemes, process quality issues, and identify anomalies in real time, helping you reduce losses and avoid reputational damage with early intervention. Here's how it's deployed. We conduct short pilot studies of existing risk areas within your organization. From there, a combination of advanced analytics, machine learning, and artificial intelligence start to identify emerging issues. At the same time, Guard AI's case tracking tools help prioritize, resolve, and document at-risk transactions. Licensing costs and lengthy timelines can be minimized by utilizing your organization's existing tools and technologies. Or you can utilize Deloitte's secure technical environment instead. The benefits that come from using Guard AI are significant. Organizations can save millions in lost revenue and reputational harm thanks to early detection. And having such sophisticated detection in place is a powerful deterrent for bad actors that prevents future abuses too. Guard AI from Deloitte, your proactive defense against fraud. Have become the new business currency. Bad actors now use sophisticated technology and Gen AI, like deepfake, to wreak havoc on your organization's reputational and financial well-being, while reducing their cost of executing scams and fraud. This can go undetected and unprevented for months, years, or even indefinitely. One reason is because the systems designed to prevent it are often limited to tackling historic abuses. Other barriers are the sheer volume of data, limited analytical skills, and the perceived costs of monitoring. It's the perfect storm for fraud to thrive. Guard AI from Deloitte dramatically tilts the playing field in your favor. Now there's a suite of tools that give you visibility at a truly granular level. Tools that don't just put you ahead of damaging activities, but can often prevent them happening in the first place. Integrated, proactive, and scalable, Guard AI deploys a combination of advanced analytics, artificial intelligence, and Gen AI to detect emerging schemes, process quality issues, and identify anomalies in real time, helping you reduce losses and avoid reputational damage with early intervention. Here's how it's deployed. We conduct short pilot studies of existing risk areas within your organization. From there, a combination of advanced analytics, machine learning, and artificial intelligence start to identify emerging issues. At the same time, Guard AI's case tracking tools help prioritize, resolve, and document at-risk transactions. Licensing costs and lengthy timelines can be minimized by utilizing your organization's existing tools and technologies. Or you can utilize Deloitte's secure technical environment instead. The benefits that come from using Guard AI are significant. Organizations can save millions in lost revenue and reputational harm thanks to early detection. And having such sophisticated detection in place is a powerful deterrent for bad actors that prevents future abuses too. Guard AI from Deloitte, your proactive defense against fraud.
Good morning, distinguished guests. Good morning, distinguished guests. Welcome to, do you want to fix the echo? Thank you. Can I try again?
So we can have there's food and small bites outside. Before we go on, we also want to acknowledge our online guests as well. We're going to get started by 9:50, but before then, we do encourage everyone who's here right now to just step out. There are ushers who are outside to guide us on any small bites that we might want to have to eat, and then we get the event officially started at 9:50. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just to mention, there is we have tea, coffee, whatever you like, and it's okay to eat inside, so you can get it from outside and come back to your seat just to be comfortable. Thank you very much. The ushers will guide you outside as well. Thank you. Yes, so you can use any of the exits, the one at the back, the one in front as well. Thank
I'm supposed to be walking. Yeah, this guy's old. Yeah.
How are you? Yes, yes, yeah.
Good morning, distinguished guests, industry leaders, panelists, and partners. Good morning. Okay, that was a test run. Need a bit more energy in the room. Good morning, distinguished guests, industry leaders, partners, and panelists. Thank you very much. It is my honor to welcome you to Deloitte 2025 Deloitte's Africa Financial Crime Symposium that has been titled Beyond Awareness, a collective roadmap for against fraud. It is an honor to host you here today as we tackle one of Africa's most urgent threats to its economic resilience and institutional trust. My name is Boluwatife Odutola, and here with me I have
Augustine Origo.
We will both be comparing the events for today. Nelson Mandela once said, "Action without vision is only passing time. Vision without action is daydreaming, but action and vision can change the world." Today, we are here to align vision with action. Today's objectives for the event are very simple. Number one, we are going to deepen our collective understanding of the emerging fraud risks that threaten Africa's financial landscape, and will also create actionable strategies that help us to prevent risks. It is my honor to welcome Yemi Saka, who is the West Africa Consulting Services Leader, Market Leader, and he's ably representing the Chief Executive Officer, Deloitte Nigeria, Mr. Fatai Folarin. Ladies and gentlemen, a resounding applause for Mr. Yemi Saka as he gives the opening remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Thank you. Good morning, esteemed guests, colleagues and partners. It is a privilege to welcome you to the Deloitte Financial Crime Symposium 2025. Your presence demonstrates our shared commitments to advancing integrity, transparency, and trust in our financial systems. Many thanks to those in the room and also to those that are joining online. While financial crime discussions often highlight direct losses and legal costs, the true impact lies in lost opportunities. Nigeria reportedly forfeits at least 18 billion annually to financial crimes. These are funds that could have been invested in healthcare, SMEs, infrastructure, just overall development, and even cybercrime in terms of protection. Headline figures only scratch the surface. For example, a $1 million loss to fraud today could translate to over 4.6 million in 20 years if invested wisely. That is profound. Financial crime deprives us of not just present value, but the future growth and prosperity it could have generated. It's true, impact lies in eroded capital, weakened institutions, increased borrowing costs, and diminished public trust. As financial crime become increasingly complex, only collaborative cross-sector actions can counter it effectively. So no one organization can tackle this alone. We at Deloitte also recognize that fact. We must leverage partnerships, innovation, technologies, and a culture rooted in transparency and accountability. So to sum it up, or to summarize, it takes an ecosystem of players. It takes a combination of technology, traditional, and also innovation. During this symposium, we'll discuss ways to strengthen the collaboration, use technology to fight financial crime, and build institutions founded in integrity. Consider how we are closing gaps in our organizations to prevent crime and promote ethical leadership. Ultimately, the opportunity cost of financial crime is the bright future we risk losing. A future of vibrant, trusted institutions. At Deloitte, we believe the solution lies not only in identifying wrongdoers, but in proactively preventing crimes and responding effectively to risks. This requires three main items that we've identified: a shift in mindset, so viewing compliance and ethical culture as drivers of growth, not just costs. Technology optimization, what I like to call innovation, deploying advanced analytics to detect anomalies and to reduce vulnerabilities. Also, with the advent of AI, using that as a way to infuse innovation into combating fraud and financial risk. Then accountability and collaboration, which is another key ingredient, upholding integrity at every level and fostering collective leadership and action. So as I close, I want us to remember that the time spent here could match the time it takes for a major fraud to occur globally. Let us work together to reclaim lost opportunities, strengthen our institutions, and build a resilient future. Thank you for the dedication and time. I wish you a productive and impactful symposium. And on behalf of our CEO and West Africa leader, Fatai Folaren, he sends his well wishes, and we hope for a collaborative session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Benisaka. Thank you very much. It is indeed a great pleasure to have you in our midst today. Also, thank you very much for setting the tone for this event and a roadmap for collective action against fraud. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce our keynote speaker for today's event. We are greatly privileged to have in our midst the Deputy Director, Compliance Department of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Salami Ali Kende, who is here representing the Deputy Governor, Financial System Sustainability Directorate, CBN. With an extensive career in the Nigerian Apex financial system, his leadership continues to shape the compliance landscape across both Africa and the continent at large. Ladies and gentlemen, as he comes on stage, please join me as I warmly welcome Mr. Kende Salami. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much.
So like I said, we'll be very keynote members. So, distinguished guests, heads of sister regulation and enforcement agencies, the FCC, NFI, NUIC, SEC, NGC, representatives of financial institutions and tech leaders, development partners, civil society leaders, and members of the media. Good morning. Let me begin by commending the organizers for convening this symposium at the most critical moment for our financial system. The theme, Beyond Awareness, a roadmap to collective action against fraud, could not be more fitting. As Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, I speak today from conviction that financial integrity is as vital to economic stability as price stability. The fight against fraud is not peripheral to our mission. It is central to the trust on which every naira of value depends. Fraud is a systemic risk, a national development concern, and in many ways, a test of our collective resolve. Globally, the scale of financial crime is staggering. The Association of Certified Fraud Examiners 2024 observations estimates that organizations lose about 5% of annual revenue to fraud, with an average loss exceeding $1.5 million per case. Nigeria is not immune. According to the NIMS 2023 annual fraud landscape, Nigerian financial institutions lost 17.67 billion naira in 2023, affecting over 80,000 customers. In 2024, reported losses surged to 52.26 billion naira, while attempted fraud rose by 338% year. Over the longer term, losses climbed from 11.6 billion naira in 2020 to more than 52 billion in 2024. These numbers are not statistics. They represent lost livelihoods, eroded trust, and reputational damage to institutions that drive our economy. Despite increased awareness, the sophistication of schemes has escalated. Synthetic identities, insider collusion, and cross-border laundering now dominate. Awareness alone cannot counter such innovation. Only coordinated intelligence, data sharing, and accountability can. No single institution can win this battle alone. Fraud is interconnected, and so must our response. It demands collective accountability across the public sector, that is, regulators, financial intelligence units, law enforcement, and the judiciary. The private sector, banks, fintechs, telecoms, and the corporates. And civil society and the media, whose vigilance reinforces transparency. Fraudsters collaborate seamlessly across borders and platforms. They share intelligence, launder proceeds, and exploit institutional silos. Our challenge is not ignorance, it is fragmentation. If we act in isolation, we lose collectively. Collaboration must form our first line of defense, uniting regulators, financial institutions, and law enforcement. To move beyond awareness and toward collective action, our roadmap rests on 4 pillars: collaboration, technology, accountability, and empowerment. So let's talk about collaboration and information sharing. We, at the Central Bank, are strengthening collaboration across the financial ecosystem through the Nigeria Electronic Fraud Forum, NEF, a central bank-led industry platform that brings together banks, fintechs, payment service providers, telecoms, and law enforcement agencies to exchange fraud intelligence and share emerging technologies in real time. Through NEF, institutions now collaborate more effectively on fraud prevention, consumer awareness, and incident response coordination. These multi-stakeholder models have significantly improved data sharing, early warning, and coordinated recovery efforts across the banking and payment ecosystem. The CBN continues to work closely with the EFCC, NFIU, NDIC, NCC, and other partner agencies to deepen this coordination and ensure that intelligence, not bureaucracy, drives enforcement. Regionally, we are reinforcing partnerships with ECOWAS, Intergovernmental Action Against Money Laundering in West Africa, also known as GABA, and Interpol, ensuring that illicit financial flows are traceable across West Africa. At the global level, Nigeria collaborates with the Egmont Group of Financial Intelligence Units, Financial Action Task Force, and other international standard-setting bodies to enhance cross-border intelligence sharing and promote beneficial ownership transparency. Through mutual legal assistance treaties and extradition frameworks, Nigeria successfully collaborated with international partners to trace, freeze, and repatriate illicit funds. Recent extraction and repatriation cases, facilitated through cooperation with the United Kingdom, the United States, and the United Arab Emirates, demonstrates that financial crime has no safe haven once jurisdictions work together. Fraud is global by design. Our response must be global by coordination. Innovation. The same technology that powers inclusion must also secure it. The CBN has issued risk-based cybersecurity frameworks, first in 2018 and most recently in May 2024 for deposit money banks and payment service banks, setting governance, risk management, and incident reporting requirements. These frameworks mandate board oversight, independent cybersecurity assessments, and timely incident reporting to the bank. We are also supporting the development of a financial sector incident response capability, a coordinated network of cyber incident management and threat intelligence sharing. Across the industry, institutions are expected to embed security by design, adopt AI-driven anomaly detection, and conduct resilience exercises. Working with the Office of the National Security Advisor, NCC, and NDPC, we are aligning cybersecurity and data protection standards to safeguard financial infrastructure. Fraud today is not only a legal or ethical challenge, it is a technological arms race. Accountability and governance. Technology without integrity merely automates wrongdoing. Boards and executives must take ownership of conduct and control risk. The CBN maintains zero tolerance for control breaches, and institutions are accountable for the actions of the agents. We are strengthening whistleblower protection and linking executive performance to conduct and customer outcomes. Ethical leadership must become a measurable standard of institutional soundness and financial literacy and public empowerment. Consumers remain our ultimate line of defense, but even the most advanced systems depend on vigilance at the point of transaction. Through the Financial Inclusion Secretariat, CBN is scaling financial literacy and cyber awareness campaigns, especially for young and elderly Nigerians vulnerable to phishing and social engineering scams. An informed customer is harder to deceive and quicker to report. Public awareness is the bedrock of resilience. Permit me to highlight the institutional reforms and results that underpin our work at the central bank. One, policy and regulation. We will enhance AML, CFT, KYC, and market conduct frameworks to embed fraud prevention culture across financial institutions. Second is supervisory technology and institutional reform. All financial crime and market conduct supervision functions have now been consolidated within the newly established compliance department in the central bank. This restructuring ensures a unified approach to combating fraud, enforcing conduct standards, and enhancing data-driven oversight across the industry. Through decentralization, the bank is aligning supervisory, intelligence, technology, and enforcement functions under one coordinated platform, eliminating duplication and improving early detection of misconduct. Thirdly, risk-based supervision. Integration of conduct and financial crime indicators into supervisory dashboards for proactive oversight. Cybersecurity, as mentioned in the enforcement of the risk-based cybersecurity framework 2024 with independent audits and mandatory incident reporting obligations. And lastly, interagency collaboration. Sustained coordination with EFCC, NFIU, NDIC, NDPC, and other partners to ensure intelligence drives enforcement rather than duplication. Our collective reforms are yielding results. Nigeria's recent removal from the FATF grade list is clear recognition of the significant progress made in strengthening our financial crime regime, enhancing regulatory coordination, and improving the transparency of our financial system. The central bank, working alongside the NFIU, the Federal Ministries of Finance and Justice, and other stakeholders, implemented critical actions that address strategic deficiencies identified by FATF. This milestone is not merely symbolic. It restores investor confidence, enhances correspondent banking relationships, and ensures that Nigeria can meet and sustain global standards. Yet, while we celebrate this achievement, it must strengthen our resolve. Grey list exit is not the finish line. It is a mandate to consolidate, to institutionalize compliance culture, data integrity, and technological vigilance across every layer of our financial architecture. We have reached the point where our awareness must become action. We know the threats, we have the data, we understand the tools. Now we must close the gap between intention and implementation. Each stakeholder represented here, regulator, bank, fintech, telecoms, civil society, must lead this symposium with clear commitments to share intelligence responsibly, to strengthen internal controls, to embed fraud risk ownership at board level, and to invest in cybersecurity and customer trust. We can all agree that we cannot arrest our way out of fraud. We must outsmart it together. As I close, let me thank the organizers, partner agencies, and all participants for their continued commitment. The central bank remains unwavering in its pursuit of a financial system that is secure, transparent, innovative, and trusted. Fraud may evolve, but so must our resolve. Let us remember that integrity is not optional. It is the foundation of sustainable growth. Let us build a financial system where innovation and integrity work hand in hand, where fraudsters find no refuge, and where trust becomes our collective currency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kendi. Another round of applause for Mr. Kendi for that wonderful keynote session.
Thank you very much.
I particularly liked this keynote session because I learned a few things, and I'm sure we can all say the same. One thing that came to mind was 52 billion naira in loss in fraud alone in 2024. That is something. Clearly, we all have a part to play in reversing the financial losses as well as reputational damage that we have suffered in terms of fraud. Now, Mr. Kendi mentioned key pillars that will help us with this. Number one, he said collaboration, accountability, empowerment, and technology. And that brings us to the next item on the agenda, which is the first panel session. I do particularly like that Mr. Kendi mentioned technology because that is the theme for the next panel session. The panel session is titled The Technology Advantage, Leveraging Tech to Combat Fraud. Please give a round of applause as I welcome Chiazo Okadibo, who is the Associate Director of Risk, Regulatory and Forensic Services at Deloitte, Nigeria. She will be moderating this session. Thank you very much. A round of applause for her, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olu. And good morning, everyone, once again. So I have the honor and privilege to introduce a very fantastic panel. And I'll just be reading out their bio a bit before they join us. This is a panel that was thoughtfully selected, cross-section of very experienced, professionals in the private and public sector. And I'm looking forward to the conversation we're going to have this morning. So first on the panel, not in any particular order, right? We have Abala Chukwuudo. So Abala is a partner with Deloitte, and she's very well known for her expertise and leadership in financial statement and internal control assurance. She has over 13 years of experience. She's a specialist in information security audits, and she has played a very pivotal role in assessing and strengthening IT environments across major sectors. To mention a few: consumer, telco, energy, and financial services. Her leadership shines through in how she manages very high-performing teams who are tasked with executing complex system audits and internal reviews for various organizations. She's a visionary in capacity building, in capability building, and she has crafted team-winning strategies that consistently deliver exceptional results. Her unwavering dedication and outstanding contributions make her to stand out as a force of nature. And she leaves a lasting impact, not just in her clients, but on the teams that she leads. So please join me in welcoming Abala Chukwuudo to the panel.
Thank you very much, Abala Chukwuudo. You're welcome.
Right. So next on our panel, I'd like us to meet Oluwatosin Obadimo. Oluwatosin is a respected leader and he's a visionary who is at the forefront of fraud prevention in Nigeria's banking industry. He's a fraud desk manager at NIPS, and he brings with him over 2 decades of expertise in operational risk, cybersecurity, and electronic fraud prevention. He's been shaping best practices and safeguarding financial institutions nationwide. In his former role as group head of electronic fraud at one of the deposit money banks in Nigeria. He pioneered the fraud desk unit, and he spearheaded a number of innovative projects like the Enterprise Fraud Management System. He has a Master of Science in Software Technology with Network Management from the Robert Gordon University, and he also has a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Statistics from the University of Lagos. His career has been defined by a relentless pursuit for excellence and unwavering commitment to integrity and security. Please join me and give a warm welcome to Oluwatosin.
You're welcome, Oluwatosin. Thank you very much for joining us.
And next, we have with us, very honored to have in our midst, a regulator par excellence, Dr. Saad Abdul Salam, who is the head of enforcement of the Enforcement Department at the Securities and Exchange Commission. In that role, he leads the Commission's efforts to detect, investigate, and act against fraudulent market practices. I know that a number of us are very familiar in recent times with some of those, shenanigans. So this is a gentleman that is at the forefront of taking the fight back to the bad actors. Now, through his unwavering resolve and strategic leadership, Dr. Abdul Salam is a driving force behind SEC's mission to uphold trust and transparency in Nigeria's capital markets. He holds a PhD, and his professional credentials include Fellow Institute of Chartered Accountants, Fellow Chartered Institute of Taxation, and also he's an associate of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers. These achievements not only reflect his depth of knowledge, but also his steadfast commitment to professional excellence and ethical leadership. Dr. Absalam has spent decades working with the Nigerian capital markets regulation framework. He's contributed to the formulation of financial standards, corporate governance principles, and enforcement strategies. He has deep experience in finance. His visionary approach ensures regulatory frameworks evolve to meet the emerging challenges to safeguard interests of investors. He is recognized for his commitment to investor protection. Under his leadership, the SEC has amplified investor education campaigns, emphasized due diligence, and has advocated for stronger interagency coordination to curb fraudulent schemes. Dr. Abdulsalam has been established as a professional, well-rounded professional, and he's a beacon of hope for market participants seeking fairness and transparency. Please join me to welcome Saad, as he would like to be called, as he joins us on the panel.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saad. You're very welcome, sir.
Okay, so it's in starting discussion on the panel today. The first question is for you, Saad. So in your opinion, what is the single technological advantage that you think the bad actors have over, the industry regulators and institutions? And how can regulated entities close that gap?
Thank you very much. Technology has come to stay, and we can't live without technology. Doctors these days hardly cut somebody's body, but use technology to perform surgical operations. So it is part of our lives. If you enter a particular household today, you'll discover that while the father is seated somewhere with his phone, The mother is on the other side with her phone. The children are all seated with their phones. Everybody is using the device for different things. Some are using it for something positive and meaningful. You keep yourself up to date with happenings around the globe. Somebody is using it for something negative, looking at what do I do? How do I take advantage? Now, knowing that, especially for the younger generation, who cannot live for 30 minutes without their phone, as their mind is thinking, somebody seated somewhere in a room is also thinking of how do I attract this young person. So with that knowledge and the complexity and the intricacies involved in use of technology, the bad actors, let me borrow that word, are always trying to be ahead of the others, including the regulators. I saw a video of a building in Philippines with over almost 100 people seated, a big hall like this, with tables, computers, network, and everything. Police went to raid them. What are they doing? They are plotting and executing scams across the globe from where they are seated. So you will discover that most of the fraudulent schemes that are operating in Nigeria are not really operating from Nigeria. They are operating offshore from somewhere. So now, as a regulator, your limit is your jurisdiction. How do you track somebody way in Philippines? The same thing with Chinese. We've had situation where we call for information from sister agencies, and you will be shocked. A company incorporated in Nigeria, the directors are Nigerians, but when it comes to the banking information, the operators of the bank account are Chinese people. How do you get this? Some take advantage of technology to send unsolicited emails to somebody to say, hey, we are foreign business people, we have so business, and we want to open an operation in Nigeria. We would like to appoint you as a director. Probably that person has no job, or he has a job, but what he is earning is not enough to cater for his needs. So that person will get lured easily and start talking to them. And they will now say, okay, we need to incorporate the subsidiary in Nigeria. You go to CAC, do the incorporation. They'll give him some money and will place you on stipends or allowance. The moment they finish, they send the documents, they will now go and open an account with banks. And the information provided is legitimate because the CAC documents are legit. Wherever signatories are required, those people will sign off, they will draft the resolution, sign off, and submit. So by the time those Nigerians, you will discover that they don't know anything about the operations of that scheme. Or what is involved now is a situation where AI is being used to clone people's voices, people's videos. You know, we've seen Ruben Abati talking about government coming up with a scheme that will be distributing 500,000 monthly to people, and with a link hidden somewhere. You click the link will take you to a page where you register with your email, with your phone number, and so on and so forth. By the time you do that, the next page that will open is where you are required to make payment. You create that account, it will now tell you, okay, you will make an investment, you will be running the investment, or they'll be trading on your behalf and so on. By the time you put in your money, that's it. So we have seen so much of that. We partner with agencies, sister agencies, the police, National Cyber Crime Center, the Interpol, other regulators abroad to tackle that. But how do you block those websites? You discover it is a website that you cannot even copy the URL, you know? So it is a very big issue, it is a very big problem. But I believe, as the central bank deputy governor said, collaboration is the key. We are collaborating. We hope through that collaboration, because sometimes when we need to block a web page, we have to go to Office of the National Security Advisor. They have the technology and they will help us to do it. The moment we say, oh, this is what we want to do, the operators in the financial system, such as payment systems, they always help, because sometimes all those transactions run through them. By the time the transactions are running through them, they will notice something is wrong. I believe my brother from NIPS has a lot to say on that. And they will now draw the attention of the regulators, and then the regulators will now take the necessary action in dealing with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nana. I mean, listening to you speak, it's clear that you have huge experience with a lot of typologies that fraudsters are using these days, and I'm really very happy that you can get to share more with us as we go along. The one thing that I picked from, what you were saying, to beat the bad actors at their game, we need to be smart, we need to be cautious. When it looks too good to be true, then clearly it's not, right? So taking us to the next question for you, Oluwatosin. Do effective fraud defenses have to come with a trade-off in customer experience? And what's the reason for your answer?
Okay, thank you very much. Not necessarily. We have solutions that are risk-based, that have risk-based authentication, and also ability to identify when the customer is who he says he is, right? I can, and that solution will come with, being customer friendly and all that. Let me give you two short, stories of what has happened in the past. The first one talked to, when I was at the bank, part of what, my sister just called and said, why is the customer not able to, do transactions and all that? If this customer is doing millions of transactions daily, weekly, and monthly, and all that, and all of a sudden, because of the system that we have built, that had some form of behavioral analysis, it does real-time analytics on the kind of transactions the customer would do. He comes and says, why can't you control two transactions? So part of what that system does is, it's not like it puts a post-note debit on the account. It just doesn't allow some transactions to happen. So when he sees that the channel is compromised, or through that channel is compromised. Then I just called him, the MD, blah, 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 and all that. And I told him, okay, let's review together. Let's be sure that what you are saying is what it is. So we went to the system and we saw a transaction that happened around 1 a.m. in the night. And it was 100 naira. And the question is, did the customer do this, right? In that instance, as far as they're concerned, what's 100 naira, as compared to what we used to, somebody doing 1 million, what's 100 naira? But simple truth is that if you look at it very well, you realize that because the system has seen that this is an unusual event for this customer, you have to stop the transaction to say, until you authenticate yourself. Now, let me give you another story. This happened also in the bank. What happened in this instance was Normally, when you do reviews of transactions, part of what you look at cross-channel transactions, right? Somebody has gone to the USSD, is going to using the ATM, POS and all that, right? Now, for this particular instance, this customer had maxed out on USSD. Now, I started using the cards transaction, and lo and behold, the transaction, was stopped. And the customer called and was looking why, the transaction and all that, why was it stopped? Simply true, the reason why it was stopped was because of, he has seen that why you max out there and you're going to the next channel. However, at the time when the customer was trying to do transaction, was trying to book a ticket. At that time, Naira was going, like that. Lo and behold, what happens? Customer says, well, you have stopped my transactions. The next day, tried booking the ticket, it was already over by 300 or 400,000 Naira. So in that instant, the bank had to pay. Why? Because why would you stop the consumer transaction? And that's where authentication comes into play, And most of the time, you want to ask yourself, okay, how do I draw this line? And the best way is this risk-based authentication we're talking about. And that would be my response to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Martin. So, Amala, this is for you. In your opinion, what are the fundamental principles for leveraging technology to combat fraud effectively?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So, for me, fundamental principles, there are so many fundamental principles that you really have to evaluate to using technology to combat fraud. And the first needs to be risk assessment, risk management. Over time, you see that some organizations, there are so many tools for combating fraud, but you see that some organizations, what they do is they buy the tool before they assess the risk. But then there lies the misalignment. There's need for a risk assessment for the organization to determine where the losses are, where are we losing money, what is really happening, where are the actors really misbehaving on our platform, and then get a tool or a technology to match the risk identified. And so doing, it helps a whole lot. Then the second aspect, the second principle will be the principle of data. Good data, data governance. There are so many sources of data, you get data from so many sources, and the extent of combating fraud relies heavily on the type and quality of data that you have at your beck and call, and what you do with it, actually. Because you can have a whole vast of data, but you're not able to utilize it to combat fraud. The tools are there to understand the behaviors, just like Tosi mentioned. They have a tool that does the behavioral aspect of it. But what is fed into the tool may not be able to help you determine to what extent this customer is in some behavioral aspects. So data governance, and data has to come in several forms: structured data, unstructured data, behavioral aspect of it. Then the combination of all these forces when it comes to data will help you in combating fraud. Then the other aspect will be in terms of monitoring. Mr. Sahar talked about AI. There are processes now where AI and machine learning are built into combating fraud. But the issue is fraudsters are so sophisticated now that I don't even know who is matching who. Because AI is there, we are all seeing adverts for us to learn AI, learn this AI, generative AI, types of AI. The way the good ones are learning it, the way myself and you are learning it, that's the way the bad actors are also learning AI. And the question is, they function in milliseconds, while maybe we that are the people monitoring fraud, we function in seconds or in minutes. And over time, you see that organizations are reactive to fraud, reactive to so many things that are on the system. Systems are there, the tools are there, But what are we doing? We become reactive. It's only when a bank is hacked or when something happens, that's when everybody starts running helter-skelter. But what if we become proactive in dealing with all these issues? The AI has been built into the processes. We have machine learning to help us. We have generative AI to help us bring up all this information. Now, what we do with it is we put it into the processes, make sure that it's monitoring it in real-time basis. And then the behavioral aspect of people, what people do on a daily basis become part of it. Then the other point that I'll talk about in terms of process, in terms of the principle, is the principle of aligning technology, processes, and people. Technology is there, but if we're not able to align it to people and processes, it's as good as nothing. Because the technology is there to enhance the process, and the people are there to use it in the alignment of the organization's key controls and processes. So these are things that we have to put into perspective, knowing fully well that in principle, everything is there at our beck and call. But if we're not able to collaborate, like when it comes to people, if we're not able to collaborate, all the regulators, the internal control people, everybody responsible for combating fraud, then the processes, it has been enhanced, but what have we done to make sure that people that are there that are collaborating are also being supported with the processes that are enhanced? And then the technology that we already put into place, to what extent has this technology brought out things that we ourselves are able to utilize or able to use or analyze to give out results? So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amala, for sharing that data. Where is the risk? Align people and processes, and very important, monitor as well. Okay, so the next question is for you, Oluwatosi. Now, given the access that NIBS has to the entire Nigerian payment ecosystem, what tools or initiatives have been implemented to enable you move beyond reactive fraud detection to predicting? Amala touched on being proactive, to being preempting emerging fraud.
Okay, thank you. All right, so in NIBS, we're able to build a central fraud management system. We tagged it ORC. Part of what that system has is something called link analysis. What does link analysis mean? Link analysis means at the time when transactions are going from one bank to the other, like the driver said, they work in milliseconds, we work in seconds. But these are systems, right? However, the bad actors will not wait for you to wake up to, as much as possible, they want to move into different systems as fast as they can. So part of what the system does is to say, when funds moves from here to this other point, while the institution that the money has moved from is trying to talk to the next institution that the money went to, the system can track where the fund is currently. It might have moved from A to C. Meanwhile, the bank is still tracking as a B. That's a good thing about that technology. Now, outside of that, it also has embedded machine learning. Machine learning looks at, and it was so difficult building the model. Why? Because at the time when we wanted to build the model for that machine learning, we had to leverage on the simple truth. The way machine learning works is you must first of all have data that you must have labels, right? And part of what we try to do is to get the banks or the financial institutions to give us information. And it took a while. That's also talks to bad data, right? It took a while we couldn't get something clean, and we had to use what we had, to build the model. But with time, and the good thing about ORC is that with time, because all the institutions can actually see all the transactions, I saw when, one of your tools says case something, right?
Yeah, so that org also has that. And what that means is that it doesn't just go to the accounts that, the institutions that are debited. It goes to all this, it creates a case for all the institutions that participated in that. And that's the technology we currently have. Thank you.
Very much, Justin. I mean, that is very useful to know. Now, aside from the regulatory perspective, how is SEC addressing the unique risks posed by, a lot of fintech and crowdfunding ecosystems in Nigeria?
Okay, so the recent development that put us, let me say, on our toes in dealing with those issues is the Investment and Securities Act 2025. If you look at the 2007 Act, those technology issues were either at the beginning of their life then, or they have not even come into existence at all. Now, having come into life, those that drafted the bill took those things into consideration to the extent that the Act clearly brought certain things under regulation. For instance, issue of forex trading has now come under regulation. Fintechs and digital assets are now under regulation. Even the crowdfunding, at the time the SEC made the rule to regulate crowdfunding, we rely on a section of the 2007 Act that empowers the Commission to do regulation on certain areas. But today, the 2025 Act has clearly brought those things under regulation. So with the legal backing you have, we have a lot to do. Now, what the Commission did is to set up a department that is purposely set up to deal with those issues, and it is called Fintech and Innovation Department. The staff are being trained to specialize in those areas and to deal with. And then the Commission is now establishing partnership with certain practitioners in those areas. For instance, Chainalysis is one of those global entities, and one thing they did when the CBN saga happened way back in April was to track the movement of those cryptocurrencies that the group, defrauded people of. And they were able to talk to some other exchanges across the globe to say, hey, this is what happened in Nigeria. People have lost so much money, and this is the movement. So please list these assets. Even though I don't have the current update, but I know that has helped. And then as a commission, what we do is to be monitoring what is happening. You have to keep track of things for you to know what is happening and then sieve it and identify what is good, what is bad. Now, use of web crawlers, there are so many web crawlers that you can use. They will move around fishing for signs and then they flag it. Aside that, the partnership, because the payment systems, they have the most recent technology to deal with those issues. So in the course of their own activities, they may be able to see certain suspicious things and they will not flag it. In a day, we had a payment systems that raised a red flag on about 79 entities communicate to us to say, oh, we are not saying they are fraudulent, but we suspect them to be fraudulent. And most of them are using technology to do those things. And in the past, you know, like when we talk of crowdfunding, somebody will just wake up today, post something, and people start dropping money. And you don't know where that money is going to, what the money is going for. But at least with regulation, you want to do crowdfunding, you must come, you must file document, we must know who you are. And you have to do it on a registered crowdfunding platform. So you can't just wake up and say, oh, I can do it. You know, we'll go after you. That is it. So I think I will still repeat it. The issue of collaboration plays a key role, and then the use of technology. We might not be where we want to be, probably maybe because of cost, which is one. Two, also as a regulator, there are certain factors that will limit you in achieving certain objectives, but we'll get there, you know, and knowing that the operators are there to help, other sister agencies are there to help, you know, NISTA is there, NCC. I think the SEC will sign an MOU with NCC sometime this week on information sharing, such that because certain things will happen offshore, the regulator over there will now get across to the regulator in Nigeria to say, hey, we identify so that has link with Nigeria. How do we get? And you need to get that information. So for us to get some information from NCC in the past, we have to go through the Office of National Security Advisor, which will take a longer time. But with the MOU now, given that the Act has also given the SEC power for certain information, you know. So based on that, the SEC is now entering into that MOU with NCC so that we can ask directly and they will give us the required information. All those things are what is helping us now to achieve that objective.
Thank you very much, sir. So I hear two key things: collaboration, technology, and that's the topic we're discussing today. Now, the next one is for you, Amala. Many organizations invest, you know, in new fraud detection software, right? But still experience losses. Now, from your experience, where do you see the breakdown between technology implementation and the operational control?
Yeah, thanks. So a lot of organizations invest. There's no two ways about it because there's need for it. You don't invest in technology in this present age, then you have yourself to blame. Technology is never the issue. The tools that are there is never the issue. The issue lies with the handoff between the technology and people, as well as technology and processes that is meant to enhance. And what do I mean by this? So many tools for fraud detection, fraud management have been designed out there for people to utilize or implement in their organization, especially the financial services industry where it is kind of pervasive. But the thing is, if you don't, if there's no redesigned process, because most of these organizations, when they implement this fraud detection system or management system, they see it as an add-on to the process instead of it being like a part of the process flow. And in so doing, this is where the disconnect happens. But where an organization is able to integrate this fraud detection system and people are able to see the processes it has enhanced and then utilize it, are able to automate where is necessary to automate. They're able to connect it to people that is able to alert. And in so doing, this is where the disconnect happens. But where an organization is able to integrate this fraud detection system and people are able to see the processes it has enhanced and then utilize it, are able to automate where is necessary to automate. They're able to connect it to people that is able to alert. because you can implement the most sophisticated system, but if you're not able to utilize it well, then the outcome or the result is or becomes trivial to what the organization is, the objective of the organization. So what in effect is that process that it has enhanced need to be reviewed, need to be aligned to people as well, just to make sure that people who are responsible for this attend to the fraud management. Now, let me give an instance or an experience. This is an industry, an FSI industry precisely, because this is where it is prevalent. You see that when fraud tools, there's an issue of fraud, more often, what you hear or what you, in discussing with the client or in discussing with the people it has affected, you hear that someone somewhere went to the fraud to turn something off. This is something that's been designed already. Like you talked about behavioral aspect of it. Once this a client or a customer wants to withdraw 100 million, flag it. If they put it in this account, flag it. If they withdraw at 1 a.m., flag it. These are settings that you put on the fraud detection tool. Then you see someone responsible for this, that's the people aspect, sits in his organization. Maybe for 2 days, the person has been getting a lot. The person gets like 100 alerts. Reviewed it, seeing that, it didn't make sense. I'm being overwhelmed with so many alerts. Person changes the setting from 100 million to 500 million. Please alert me only when it gets to 500 million. And then send alerts to, reduces the number of people to send alert, because CEO may be in part of it in the initial time, or maybe other top executives. They just take off some names and then alert me. Let me just have a good night's rest. Then the next week, because we also have to note that some of these fraudsters are within. So the next week, they are hit. And you know what happens? They are never hit with the 500 million. That 100 million, you see it 100 times, because the fraud tool will not detect it. It's a setting that has been changed from alert me on 100 million to alert me to 500 million. So in that instance, what do you see? The fraud tool is as good as useless in that instance, because it's not doing anything for the organization or the financial institution. So this is an area where we really, organizations have to really put their mind into. Technology is there. What is limiting or what is making our losses go up is the people and the process. So people have to be capacitated to know exactly what to do. The behavioral patterns, they have to know about it. The sophistication of people, the bad actors in this industry that are making this fraud, like being at the beck and call of any system that you deploy today. They already know how to use it. They already know where the loophole is. There are so many people, just like Mr. Sahat said, that some people in Philippines. There are also some sets in Kenya. I know of a fraud that have been traced from Nigeria to Kenya. So in this instance, it's a whole lot about us being involved. The people have to be involved, upskilling our people to know exactly what to do in the area of fraud detection, in the area of fraud management. Then change management also have to be enhanced, organization's change management process, so that anything that comes out of this fraud management system is taken with caution, is taken with like management pays attention to it, is something that has to be resolved. Then the other aspect has to do with the enhancement of the processes. If our process is being enhanced, it's not only being enhanced, continuously being manual. If we are utilizing a manual process, it's also about automation. Automate the process, include AI into the process, machine learning, we cannot overemphasize because that's the world we live in today. But if we don't have people that know how to read the output of whatever we have put in the processes, the people that know how to apply judgment, the people that know how to detect or be creative in detecting the intent of the fraud, we continue to lose. Organizations will continue to lose in that aspect. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Paula. So, Justin, this next question is for you. It's coming to you. Now, the speed of instant payments is like a double-edged sword, right? It needs to go really quickly, speed of light and all of that. But how is NIBS able to, through technology, insert friction at high-risk points so that you can protect customers without necessarily slowing down, instant payments?
Okay, thank you. I spoke about work that we built. I'm sure we're also aware we have a national payment stack. Now, part of what has been built into that system has to do with authentication too. Meaning that you can't just do transactions. What that system has is to identify the kind of transactions that are coming from entities. And if, for example, you are not used to this kind of transaction, yes, in as much as, like you rightly said, it's an instant payment system. But part of what we will do, it has a risk scoring ability to be able to identify when something is out highly suspicious and able to reduce the speed in which that will happen. However, like you rightly said, in all this, trying to reduce and bring fraud to the minimal, reduce the exposure of banks and all that. We've seen instances where we tend to share intelligence with financial institutions. And what we get in this is to say, give me court order. When I'm trying to protect you. We have seen this year alone, we've seen instances where we have given at least 5 different banks to give them very good intelligence to say this will happen to you because of the data we have. Don't forget all these things are out to us. We have a system called a database called the Industry Customer Account Database. And there are so many intelligence we get from there. For example, somebody registers a BVN and all of a sudden within 2 or 3 weeks, he has only like 15 accounts. That's a red flag. So we tend to go to the banks to say, do enhanced diligence or block this account, take anything. The next thing, when the customer goes to those banks, they are putting pressure on them, threatening them with court order. Then the bank is coming to us to say, give him court order. So like Shirley said, the people aspect of things needs to be addressed. As much as possible, we're trying to educate the banks and try to I've been in the banks, I've been in the bank, and I know it's always between the control guys, compliance, then the legal guys. They don't really align most times. Legal guys, want to work with the normal legal things, say that is the way is, when it comes to courts and all that. And the same, actually, if you look at what has happened in the past, we've had like 2 or 3 cases that we've won around the establishment industry fraud desk, and I know with time, the judiciary is tending to know that the speed in which we knew before to say, go and get court order before you place an whether it's some 2 hours and all that. They know that the speed in which electronic transaction occur is faster than what they used to know. So you saying, putting that roadblock to say, a normal institution can never get a federal high court order if 2 hours. But trust me, the fraudster will get in less than 24 hours. Unfortunately. That will be my take. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you very much for that contribution. So I will move on to Saad this time. Now, as the head of enforcement for SEC, right? What are the key challenges you're facing in investigating insider dealing, markets manipulation, illegal fund solicitations, and the likes? What are the key challenges in investigating these issues?
Okay, thank you. You know, somebody that wants to commit illegality is always thinking steps ahead of you, not just one step, steps ahead of you. But the problem, one of the key challenges is issue of data. Because somebody that wants to commit an insider dealing, what is insider dealing? Acting on an information that is not yet public to confer certain advantages on you, on yourself, or somebody that you know. Now, somebody may be part of, that has to do with governance now. Somebody who is not ethical enough will just hear something and will quickly rush to act on it. It is a challenge because you are not there when that decision was taken. You are not a magician for you to know that this has happened, unless somebody blew the whistle. Are people ready to blow the whistle? They are not. So lack of information is a key challenge. And then when you look at, you have to receive data from the exchanges to say, okay, let's see the pattern of trade on so and so and so security. You discover that sometimes the person, because he's doing it intentionally, will not do it in such a way that it will be glaring. But the person will take it slow and steady. So you will discover that the movement in price is not something that will raise a red flag, you know? And then when you come to the issue of illegal schemes and whatever, as I mentioned earlier, jurisdiction, people always look at what are the gaps or the lapses in a particular jurisdiction, so we move there. They now operate. And by the time you track, you discover that the operator is elsewhere. And you get across to the regulator over there. The regulator, the information you have from your jurisdiction might not be enough, you know, or somebody may sit here in Nigeria and clone an international name somewhere. And by the time the regulator there check their record, they'll discover that that business is legit. That business has no operation elsewhere, but somebody is using their name to operate in another jurisdiction. Or where the lapses in our company registration process, you know, allow anybody to just file with CAC and obtain company registration. So you discover that by the time you pick that person, you are just talking to somebody who does not know. We have issues of, how do I put it? People, let me just give a practical example. We flag a suspected illegal scheme or Ponzi scheme. We issue an advisory. Meanwhile, that company whose name was used is licensed in Seychelles and also licensed in South Africa. But they came to Nigeria to operate. They used somebody to incorporate a subsidiary in Nigeria, and they are using it to fleece so much money from Nigerians. They don't have physical presence. They have an office somewhere here at in Ikeja, where they share a room with some other businesses, just 2-3 people. But when you are talking to them on phone, you will see a young lady with sonorous voice talking to you, trying to point a picture of, oh, she is talking to you from abroad. You know, now it will shock you to know that a staff of a sister regulatory agency came to the SEC to say, hey, you flag so, the people are abroad, they are not happy. In fact, they don't know what happened. Somebody was using their name and so on and so forth. How can you take their name off your list? Because the regulator in Seychelles wrote to us to say, tell us more about this. We saw it on your website that you flagged them as illegal operators. And we gave them the details, we gave them the information. And they now contacted them to say, oh, you have been flagged in Nigeria, so you are not going to do business unless you are able to prove to us that you are not parties to that. And they now call another person who came to say, oh, those people abroad are businessmen, they want to do business. They have given him a power of attorney to act on their behalf in Nigeria. So he is willing for the peanut they will give him to take that risk. And one of our lawyers who was seated with us said, look, if it were under 2007 Act, you can go scot-free. Under 2025 Act, you can go to jail for 10 years. You will be charged, and the court can fine you to the tune of 20 million naira, and you stand to lose your own assets through forfeiture to federal government. So do you know this? Because that it was a friend that they came up with them. So you see, because he now understood the implication. So most people don't really know the implication of what they are going into. And then the way they move monies with speed, lightning speed. You track funds into one account. The next minute, the monies have moved to another account. And also, digitization is really a problem for us. Yes, it helps. It is something we must live with. But because of all these electronic payment systems, you see somebody will open an account with PanPay, OPay, and so on. But where is OPay office that you can now go to say, OPay, give me such information? Nobody will even respond to you. So the only way you can do it is to go through the central bank. And you know, you write to central bank, the letter gets to the relevant department, it is now sent to somebody. So the bureaucracy tends to elongate. By the time you obtain the information and you take an action, the monies have already been wiped off. So you can't even do anything. And as he said, another challenge is somebody can tell you that, oh, there is so account, we suspect that it is used for illegal operations. By the time you now tell them, okay, block that account, the next morning or the next minute, you will see that person who owns the account coming to harass them with police and whatever. And you go to court, you make filing. If you are low-key, it is assigned to a judge who sits and now look at the documents and listen to your argument and give the court order. If you are not lucky, they will tell you the judges are on vacation. Or maybe it is assigned to a vacation judge who say, oh, I will listen to you on so date. By the time that date is coming, they say, oh, the vacation has elapsed, so he is no longer a vacation judge. It has to now be reassigned. It is a big problem. So obtaining that court order to put a PND is an issue, is a big challenge. You know, so I don't know, but we are trying our best.
Thank you very much. As we wrap up, I'll ask for anyone that has questions in the room to please you can write out the questions and we'll take them. I'm also online. And listen to Sir speak, it almost feels like we should have had the judiciary in the room with us today because shots have been fired. But I mean, it's all part of a conversation. These are very valid challenges that we face in trying to get things done. So I would, yes, please, go ahead.
Okay, so let me speak back for the judiciary. They understand that this exists. and NIMS is championing that cause. We also know that we can't exist without, the law, right? And we're championing it, trust me. And part of what we have been told to do is to, they will have trainings to come and train them on this. And truly, the last time we had this kind of conversation around this BND and all that, they gave that, they gave us that hope that very soon that thing will be revised, to what is going on in the industry right now. And so that it doesn't look like they're not doing anything, they're actually doing something. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I do agree with you. Yes, it may seem like it's moving slowly, but things are happening. But I think it would have been lovely to have them here with us, just to hear what they are doing. Because it's been wonderful sitting on this panel, hearing a lot of the things that are happening that most of the time, we don't even know are happening, right? So it's that kind of conversation, because the more people realize that these are things that are available, this is how you can access these things, then it makes us stronger together. Because when you were speaking, I also thought about even education of the public on the typologies of fraud you're seeing. Because for crying out loud, someone just tells you, act as a director in my company. You don't know them from Adam, right? And you're basically putting your life on the line for someone you don't even know. It's really scary, but it's happening clearly, right? So in closing, Amala, in the fight against fraud, where will humans remain irreplaceable, even with the most sophisticated AI on the job?
Yes. So, we see adverts telling us that AI, machine learning will take our jobs away. So many things are happening. I don't know if you are part of, if you see the advert I see, learn AI in 2 weeks. So, without mincing words, I would say in the area of judgment, applying judgment, AI, machine learning, sophisticated tools, technology will not take that away from us. Because, AI and machine learning, all these are built using models. And these models don't have human feelings. They don't think. So when it comes to that area, being in the area of thinking through what happens where there are missing links, there are times that information you generate from a system may not give you all the pieces of the puzzle. In that instance, a human being is needed to apply judgment. And then when you also want to know the intent of the fraud, remember that some of the fraud incidents that have happened, you also try to understand the intent. At times, from the intent, it can lead you to so many places you have never thought of. Just like Saad already talked about, in terms of someone coming to stand, it's because they already have that at the back of their mind, the questions to ask. They already know how they play, how the actors play, and what to expect. That was what necessitated them driving their question in that angle. So the situation where machine or AI is what is churning out what we want to use, and we just rely on it, it becomes a little bit limiting. So human beings will not be replaced in that. Then understanding the behavioral aspect of things. The behavior. Mr. Tosin here about the system that NIMS has, and it understands behavior. System AI, machine learning technology will try to give you this. But remember, when it comes to technology, we talk about false positives. In that area of analysis, in the area of judgment, in the area of doing further analysis, like doing further problem solving, digging to trace what is happening when it comes to human beings, people will still be needed. So that's these are 2 areas that I believe. And in creativity, sorry, being creative. Yeah, for us to be creative, fraudsters are becoming creative by the day. There's a movie I watched. I don't know what I'm supposed to call the name of the movie. To Kill a Monkey. I don't know how many people have seen it. I'm not typical someone that sees movie, but that I looked through till it ended because it taught a lot when it comes to fraud. Someone trying to be a fraudster. And one of the things that stood out for me there was they said things have changed. Don't be part of the old Yahoo, what we call Yahoo Boys things. Let me teach you how to do this using the new technology. And that's AI and machine learning. And that was what was used to be cleaning out. So we need to know that, and we as people that want to catch the fraudsters need to be creative. So system will not take that away from us. We are still needed to fix the part of the puzzle. And what I will use to close this is, regardless of whatever, technology, people, and process must be aligned in fraud detection and management. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Justin, I have a question for you from the audience here. And I think I also have some questions online, but I'll take the one from the audience here. So how committed is NIPS to hedging banks from legal backlash if they hold their ground and defy court orders that these fraudsters present to them?
Okay, thank you. All right. So around that, we don't, when it comes to that kind of thing, part of what we have seen the challenge in the industry is the fight against fraudster in courts. People are scared. Somebody brings a, supposedly writ of someone, and all of a sudden he's telling you that it's going to court to charge you 1 billion naira for a 50,000 naira restriction on his account. We always tell people, come to us if you are scared of taking that case, we'll take it over. We don't miss words around that. We will always tell, financial institutions, if you are scared of this, especially when we have justifiable reasons to place those restrictions on those accounts. That's what I would say. So if you have any issues, you can send to fraud desk at news-plc.com.ng and we'll take it over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joseph. So there you have it. A carte blanche. Lips is saying, come to us with all your problems. Maybe not all, but yeah. So I will take. There's another question for you, Justin, but I'll give you some time and then I'll come back. So this is for you, Sad. In one sentence, what are the key takeaways from this session?
We have seen how those fraudsters operate, the efforts that are being made by both the regulators and the operators, and also a pointer to where we should head to. I think those are the key takeaways.
Thank you very much, Sad, for that. So coming back to you, now, this person feels that it's becoming harder to recover proceeds from funds lost to fraud because of the widespread agency banking. So those BOS guys that we have all over the place, right? And the ease of cashing out through these agents. Because I don't believe that they do any KYC. Maybe they are supposed to, but I doubt that they do. Now, what mechanisms are we putting in place to improve response to fraud escalation? And how do we enforce accountability from players within the agency banking space?
Okay, thank you. I see that come every time. The CBN, the representative of DG, also said that around the agents. It's important for us to go and look at the guideline around agent banking.
right? It talks to the principal, which is most of the time is the financial institutions. Let me give you an example. The biometric matching system sits with NIPS. That's the one that gives you the BVN and all that. And somebody comes to me, and says, hey, how come the system did not know that this person has 2 BVNs? Now, I always ask the question to say, something about, you can't take it away that there's human control when it comes to them. How will the system know that you are taking the picture of Oluwatosin and the fingerprints that you have used is a man? There's no system that can capture that. Do you understand? So it's important for us to note that there are some things that, like Shirari said, there are some things that are human-based, and what that means is that that's why that regulation is there to say an agent, everything that happens, anything that comes from this agent, it is you. Because they actually report to the financial institutions. Now, part of what we're also doing around, we've seen instances where people do not want to take responsibility for fraud. Don't forget, I always tell people the most important part of opening our account is the most important part of fraud is the account opening process, which is the onboarding process. Now, if you have brought in a fraudster to come and open an account and money goes into that account, if fraud happens, I will call you to order and to say, Paraventure, do you know this customer and all that? And you can't give me any, like you said, KYC and all that, to show that you actually know this customer. Part of what we are telling the CBN is that the institution should pay. That way, by the time you pay the first, the second, and the third, you are aligned to ensure that your customer, processes and all that are aligned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tosin. So there's a question online regarding the difference between BVN and NIM, and whether it is, or rather the relationship between the BVN and NIM, and whether it is possible for an individual to hold more than 1 BVN. Because it alluded to what you just answered. And what is the distinct purpose that NIM serves within the National Identity and Financial Verification Framework?
Okay, thank you. We all know how the BVN was birthed. Before now, we used to have the NIM-C, the NIM and all that, but there was no traction around national identification at the time when BVN came in, right? And because we needed something to identify people into banking, most of the time when we want to define fraud, the only thing that somebody steals money. And where is stealing money coming from? Financial institutions. So BVN was bettered to ensure that, in as much as we're going through, it was bettered by the NEF, right? The CBN DG said that, right? So the essence of the BVN was to be in the space of financial institutions, meaning that the least age that can have a BVN is 16 years old, as per regulation. However, for the NIM, everybody can have a NIM. So, for example, you want to do your WIAC, you must have a NIM. And the good thing that we're doing right now, that CBN is doing right now, is to infuse these two together. Let me give you an example. One guy, one of the, when I was in the bank, did some fraud when he was in school, and his BVN was what he said. Now, the guy came out, he wanted to serve, and he realized that he needed that BVN to finish anything, right? Don't forget, he has not become a big boy selling cars. Yes, that's why you understand. Now he came and said, how can you watch my BVN because of 20,000? As at that time, when we were doing it, you didn't realize that it was 20,000. And those are the kind of things that were, the infusion between the BVN and the NIM to ensure. If that's why anytime you want to go and do anything now, they will say your BVN and your NIM and this one must be the same. The essence of that, we know where we're going to, because the future, what we're getting to is the infusion of the BVN, the NIM, even telcos. right? Like I always say, anything that is powered by electronic payment, you can't take away the telcos. Once you have all this infused together, trust me, the incidence of fraud in the country will reduce. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justin. I have one last question, and I would ask for anyone that wants to take it, see if you want to give it a try. So, what are the bank's compliance desks doing to respond to court order for criminal investigation? But if Choosing is willing to take it, but I feel like it's a question more for the banks than, yeah.
Yes. Okay. So can I take the question again? What are the
So
banks'
what
compliance?
are the bank's compliance desks doing to respond to court orders for criminal investigation?
Court orders for well, I used to work in a bank. Once you get the order from the court, they implement it. But unfortunately, most of the times, implementation takes a while. As most times when they send a court order, I've seen an instance when I was in the bank, I was in compliance, I actually worked in compliance before. The order goes, they submit the order at the MD's office before it gets to the MD, or they submit it at the, what's it called now? What do they call, where they collect mails, right? They collect the mail, before it goes to the MD, because they address it to the MD. Before it goes to the MD, before the MD have the time to look at it, before it goes to compliance, time has gone, right? So many times, those monies will have moved, right? So part of what we always tell people, you need to locate the compliance department. As soon as you get to the bank or whatever place you want to serve them that order, you know that it's compliance team that does that. Ask for the compliance department. Yes, it's saying to the MD, does not mean it's the MD. The MD can as well be posting transactions, So since you know the compliance department, just take it there. They do the compliance team. If there's any unit that complies to court order in the banks, is the compliance unit. So once you locate them, you are fine. Thank you.
Perhaps we need to start thinking about electronic service as well. Because you get it instantly and you act on it. So thank you very much. I've enjoyed myself. I don't know about our audience. So thank you once again for sharing your knowledge, your expertise, and your time with us today. And that brings us to the end of the session. We have some facts just to appreciate your time today. And I will be presenting them shortly. Ladies first.
Thank you very much. That was a very informative session.
Justin, this is for you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much, Tosin. We still have more questions online rolling for Tosin.
Wow. And Dr. Saad, this is for you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Please, a round of applause for our panelists as well. Thank you very much. And to our wonderful moderator, Shazo. Thank you very much. I wish this session could go on and on and on. A round of applause for everything. Thank you very much. A lot to digest. I wish you could go on but because of our time constraint. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with our agenda, we just want to have a short icebreaker session. This is both for our participants online and our guests here in the room. We just have questions and teasers that have been created just to lighten up the mood a bit. I see everybody's trying to, take down notes, but I think at this point it's time for us to just raise our heads up and engage with the session. So I'll call on our facilitators to assist us to facilitate this icebreaker session. I'll call on Ogechukwu and Uchenna to run us through the session. A round of applause for them. Thank you very much. Thank you, Uche.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you very much. So, like Augustine said, we're going to be having an icebreaker, just very short, few questions. Please, we indulge your participation. And I'm not here to do this alone. I'm here with my wonderful colleague.
Good morning, everyone, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I trust that we had an insightful session. So to digest everything that our panelists has said, let us break some ice, shall we? Do we agree? So I have the ushers, walking with the ice bags now. Just kidding. Okay. So to sort of relax and just ease off, we have a game. It's called Fraud Pictionary. So how we will do it would be, we'll display a picture. I am very certain without any iota of doubt that we have the best, fraud specialists and industry leaders in the house. So I am so sure that to be a walk in the park, we have like 10 minutes, but give or take, I'm very sure we've done in 7 minutes. So we'll display the picture and we will, receive suggestions from the house. Also, our online participants, please, you are not exempted. We have someone on standby who would, be taking a look at the comment sections and just let us know your suggestions. So please, if you have any suggestions, just wave at me there and an MC will work to you to take your suggestion. Please, let's engage. Rumor has it that my career might be in your hands. Just joking. All right. So we have the first picture. Please, can we see it? Can we see it from behind?
Someone ready to answer. Sir? We have someone ready to answer.
Okay. All right, please. Right. That's visible. Okay. Any other suggestion from the house? I thought we agreed that we're going to participate too. So when you look at
they're online answers.
Okay.
All
right, let's see. Yeah, correct. So you see, I analyze the people we have in the house, and I said, don't worry, this 10 minutes that you're giving me, it's too plenty. We're going to be done in a jiffy. The next one. Okay, so we have a picture, a guy looking at a computer. Any suggestions, please? If you have it, please.
Just raise up your hand too. Let me see.
Yes. That is a chat. Gentleman, come and chat.
In white shirt, okay. Beige,
hacking, all right. Any other suggestion?
Online crime, cyber attacks, internet fraud.
So let's see what the answer is.
What is it?
Cyber attack. We are all another round of applause, please.
Yeah.
All right. So on the next one, we have two systems simultaneously. I advise them to trying to pick up something from the next system.
Okay.
Anything else?
Let me see. Let's hear our answer.
I'm not sure we're going to be in a hint selection. All right.
Okay. Let me see.
Any other?
Any other things?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for being engaging. At this rate, I will speak with the MCs to
fix another slot for me. I'm interested in coming back for another session. So we have, two individuals on the screen who have suggestions now. Someone, okay, who's here?
Social engineering.
Sorry. Suggestion? I can see credit card fraud online. On the money. Okay.
Identity theft.
Okay. So let's see what we have. Let's see the answer. Correct. Thank you. Oh God. And my own dictionary as the facilitator of the session. Social engineering. Synonym, identity theft. So you're correct. Yeah. All right, the next one. Okay, this one. Please let us have as many suggestions as we can. This table is happening. We are here to break the table. Bribery. Okay.
It's corruption.
Okay.
Wait, then is stealing.
All right. Somebody online said POS question exclamation mark. That was very interesting. All right. Any other takers? Someone says counterfeit. Okay. Interesting. Quite interesting. Online as well. Bribery. All right. Let's see who wins. Right. Yeah. Round of applause.
Thank you everyone for your participation so far. Now, when we look at this next one, we have systems and work. Does anyone, do we have anyone in the room also? Yes. Right, so we have someone. Okay.
Access control.
I think this is the last time anybody will answer anything. This people. Anyone else? We have anyone else? So FA, said to FA. Are we good? Online, I can see cyber security. Someone type the old boy. Okay. Yeah. I think we would have. Can we see the data security?
All right, thank you for your continuous engagement. So for the next one, please, I would love for this room that I'm standing in front of to please participate.
Interesting.
Please.
Oh, we have to
USD, just too much money is there. So please, if you have suggestions, just hold on. Let me from here.
We from here. Money laundering.
Yeah.
Money laundering. Any other one?
So it's money laundering.
Okay, said counterfeit.
Okay.
I can see online. Money laundering, counterfeit. Okay, our online guests did not want to make a joke this time.
All right, let's see what we have. Money laundering, yeah, that's.
Oh, apologies. I got one joke. He said wet dollar drying.
Context now. Yeah. Thank you.
Money laundering. Thank you very much.
Okay. Right.
Interesting.
So we have a triangle with certain figures. Knowing we're young, I say draw a human being, or even draw a woman and that because.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's keep. This is talking about pyramid scheme.
Here. Okay, calm down for my own participant now. We want to.
Please. Okay, go ahead then. Okay.
You already said we want to see over here. But it's fine. It's fine.
Survival of the fittest, they say.
I think that this is a typical fraud triangle. The first that represent the 3 steps of the trap.
Thank you so much.
Interesting.
Ponzi scheme. Ponzi scheme. I mean, what can I do without my online participant? Guess what someone said? He said, this is MMM. Bring one person to bring two people.
Let's see what we have. Yes, Ponzi scheme, investment scam, pyramid scheme, return scam, and what have you. Thank you.
All right. So, okay. So we have someone thinking, standing in between society, personal and ethical. Do we have any? Does anyone want to try this? What are you in the mind? You're right. This thing, this particular what's happening? What's happening? Online said ethics and conduct, integrity. Someone said pressure. Oh. I'm not sure I'm going to rule out pressure. Pressure. Conflict of interest. The guys in the room agree with our online guest too. Someone said depression. Wow, not too much. Conflict of interest. Okay, do we have any other person? I think we can just let's just conflict of interest. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your thoughts. Amazing. So yeah. So we have someone. Oh, that's not someone. Like question. My apologies, that's not someone. So we have a ghost. On a laptop. Do we have anything else? The guys are engaging online. Anybody in the room? Wait to make this thing to our online guys. Our online guy says, someone says spoofing. Someone said ghost worker. Someone said ghost employee. And I'll call the last one very soon. I feel like these guys are intentionally doing this. Someone said Halloween. All right. But any other suggestion? Cyber attack. Cyber attack. Thank you. Any other one? Okay.
This is a fraudster who has masked his face for you not to, but from the comfort of his room, doing so much damage.
Interesting. Interesting. A fraudster. Thank you very much. Someone said ransomware online. Are we good? So I think we'll have the ghost employee. So is ghost hacker the same thing as ghost employee? Because someone said ghost hacker online. Is that correct? Online 0, offline 1. All right. So thank you very much. Want to say a very big thank you for participating. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I mean, I didn't even know this session would be this interesting. We should have another icebreaker after. Oh, yes?
All support say aye.
And those are not supposed to say nay. And the eyes have this. Oh, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So we're about to dive into another highly relevant and informative conversation where we'll be talking about building resilient fraud risk framework. This session will actually explore practical approaches and strategies that organizations need to strengthen their fraud risk management structure. And to unpack this, I can assure you that we have a remarkable group of experts today who will be sharing insights on the frameworks of fraud risk. And the interesting thing here is all their expertise span across regulatory framework, risk management, and financial crime prevention. And to lead this conversation, please join me as I welcome the moderator for this session, no other person but our very own, the Chief Economics Deloitte West Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Damilola Akimbami. As you come on stage, thank you very much, Dami. You're welcome.
Welcome, Gary. Thank you very much.
Dami, you can have a seat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's still morning, so good morning, everyone. Oh wow, it's a bit cold. Good morning, everyone. Yes, thank you for that response. I trust, so far, the session has been quite insightful, right? Oh, okay. No, please, I want to get more feedback. Yes, I know the temperature is a bit cold, but we warm things up a bit. So far, has the session been insightful? Yes, thank you very much. So I'm going to introduce my panelists for this session. So I'll start with our representative from the Ghana Central Bank by way of Emmanuel Ayike Sake. I think he's online. Saki, apologies. I think it's online, right? Yes. Okay. So can we confirm that it's online and he can hear us?
Amazing.
Yes, please. Online. Thank you very much.
How is it in Ghana?
Ghana is cool. Very sunny.
Nice. Thank you. So next also we have Adenike Okebu, who is the Senior Special Assistant on Revenue to the Enugu State Governor. I think she's also online. Okay, she's here. Oh, okay. Welcome, madam.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Yes, and we have Abdulhamid Babalola, who is the VP Risk and Compliance, UAC Foods Limited. Please, let's welcome him.
You're welcome, Thank you very much, Abdulhamid.
I might have to ask for, maybe I will move here so that I'm not too far from the panelists. No, please sit. Yes, thank you. And last but not the least, Kingsley Komori, who is the Corporate Risk Manager, NLMG. I think he is the one that is online.
He's online.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Can you hear me?
How are you, sir?
Fine, thank you. Confirm you can hear me, please.
Loud and clear. Thank you very much. So welcome, panelists, and thank you for accepting our invitation to participate in this insightful and exciting event that we're hosting. So I'll start with you, Kingsley. So we know that NLNG, right, operates with a high commitment towards corporate governance and ethical standards. So what specific programs or metrics have you found to be effective in embedding an ethical culture across the entire NLNG organization, including when working with contractors and your joint venture partners? If you're speaking on mute.
Yeah, sorry. Can you take that again? No.
Yes. Okay. Please confirm you can hear me.
Yes, I can. Yeah.
Excellent. So I said that NLNG, right, operates with a high commitment to corporate governance and ethical standards. So what specific programs or metrics have you found to be effective in embedding an ethical culture across the entire organization? And that also includes your interaction with contractors and joint venture partners.
Okay, so if we look at what we do in where we operate, confirm you can still hear me, please.
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Okay. All right. So I mean, like any global energy company, we try to ensure that the tone from the top is always deeply embedded into our anti-fraud culture. And by employing a comprehensive strategy that extends beyond both our direct employees and to our partners. So to translate that tone at the top, we've had to put certain things in place that permeate all levels of the organization. So we have a policy and commitment that sets the standard of what we do. So we have a mandatory anti-bribery and corruption policy. So we have a strong commitment to zero tolerance towards ABC, anti-bribery and corruption. And this explicitly applies to both the directors, the employees, agents, intermediaries, and our consultants, buyers and shareholders, buyers and suppliers that we have within the place. So we also have a code of conduct and business principles that lay foundation of all that we do. And we expect our leaders to model this behavior consistently. So we extend this also to our contractors and buyers. So in contracts and sales agreements, we have anti-fraud and ABC requirements strictly embedded into those contracts that we expect people to comply with. And then we do due diligence. We do due diligence both on our suppliers and contractors and other people. We also make sure we communicate and create awareness within the company, so people are fully aware of the ABC policy and company expectations of behavior. We do training and certification, so we have mandatory programs for employees and also for third-party people working within our space. And then we have that annual certification where you have to take where you have to go through a process to be sure that you are abreast with what company expects, and then you do things like a declaration of conflicts of interest and so on and so forth on an annual basis. So in terms of specific programs to embed this into our system, we have key programs for detection and prevention of fraud. So in that we have very robust internal controls where we try to maintain an effective system of internal controls, things like segregation of duties, basic stuff, and also to counter bribery and corruption. So the system is subjected to regular audits and reviews, and all this is just to ensure accountability. So we have a whistleblowing system where we have provided a secure and accessible channels through which directors, officers, third parties can report wrongdoing without fear of retribution or even being identified. So that helps to reinforce trust and transparency of what we do. And then we also have the fraud risk assessment, which we conduct periodically and annually, depending on where we are doing. So again, this helps to reinforce vigilance of what we do. Then for the matrices that we use to track, so we look at things like training and the number of people that we set out to train and the number of people that actually complied. We look at the whistleblower channel. I mean, when you have more people talking and reporting, it goes to show that there's some trust in the system and people have comfort. And then also internal control audit findings. So that helps us to look at the effectiveness of our oversight and the system itself. And then disciplinary action. So when things are found, how is it managed? How decisive is management in handling some of these things? Then again, we look at things like due diligence failure rates. If you carry out due diligence and you start to see some failures here, and at least it shows that your gatekeeping is effective. So in a nutshell, those are some of the things we do just to embed the tone at the top within our operations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kingsley. I'll come to you, Adenike. So ensuring integrity, right, within public and private institutions can be challenging. How is the state encouraging a culture of ethical compliance within its public sector? And what kind of reporting mechanisms do you think every government should have to tackle insider-related fraud risks?
All right, thank you very much.
It's good to be home. Actually, I think public sector is something that is very unique. It's my first time in public sector, and I must tell you that it's been the greatest test of my life. Coming from best of controls, compliance, and everything, and then you get into a space that somebody looks into you and says, "That's not how we do it here, madam." And you actually have the intention to do it right, but there's absolutely nothing for you to use, nothing but your will and God. And God help you that the principal is one that is not bothered about controls, compliance, prevention. He's just there to deliver to the people. However, there's no way. There's absolutely no way. So I think the first thing first is the tone from the top. It has 100% to do with the principal. Where I work today, I have no business. I think one of the, I'll be canvassing and also campaigning that people in the private sector should please start coming into public sector. That's the only way that Nigeria can change. You have one voice against 300,000 voices. And before you know it, the volume will be low if you don't want to die. So basically, the tone from the top has to be emphatic. The person has to be intentional about wanting to achieve results. With my principal, I wasn't even in Nigeria, I was just called upon, and then coming to the southeast, I was like, where is the place on the map? I've never been to that place before, but I got him. It was his intention first, and then determination to continue, even when the noise is against the time. So ensuring that you raise an arm of people with integrity, you need to lead by example. You need to enhance the processes, support it. Because before you know it, if you are the only person that has integrity, maybe in a particular sector, by the second day that you started working there, you would have seen 75 petitions. I never knew that people, as in illiterates, even write letters. As in people like us in the private sector, we never had any reasons to, in quote, write to the executive government, blah, 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 petition against somebody. For the first time in my life, like, you could petition your neighbor. So if you're that one person with integrity in that space, and the person at the top is not supporting you, they can shut you down immediately. So how do we encourage it and make it something that is consistent over time? First of all, we need to have more people with integrity coming into that space so that it's not just a single voice that is screaming and shouting. Secondly, we need to also encourage the very few that are held in that particular space that have an atom of integrity. And it is people that have integrity that are able to identify that this one is just there, but he cannot work against his organ. Where I got there, that in practice, and if you give a partner something and it's not, you are allowed to write something and say you have expressed your opinion, and then you can even ask to be changed from that particular client or job. But yeah, you want to, after how many years in service, you want to work against your organ. So no matter the idea that you have, whoever you are reporting to is the all and all. So those few people with integrity, identifying others, going through institutional strengthening, encouraging them and compensating them, actually, because going the other way around is more rewarding. So if you want me to come and with integrity, there has to be something, and that's what we don't have here in this part of the world. People even go through whistleblowing, some even do it for vindictive purposes and all of that, but they need to actually be properly compensated for wanting to be on the right side. If not, we continue to be where we are.
Interesting points. Thank you very much, Adenike. Emmanuel, are you still with us? I'm coming to you now. Excellent. So from your experience, how does internal audit actively partner with senior management to foster an enterprise-wide culture of integrity and accountability?
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the audience. When I was listening to the keynote address, I noted that the speaker mentioned something on integrity, and he said integrity is not optional. Integrity is mandatory. So those of us in the banking sector, we know banking thrives on trust. And so the customer trusts you and brings you his deposit. So at the end of the day, we expect every other person within the banking sector to be a person of integrity and a person of accountability. We are all aware that the board, comes out with policies and procedures which are passed on to senior management for them to implement the day-to-day work of the bank. So at the end of the day, when you look at the global internal audit standards, it says that internal audit as a function is supposed to conduct an independent review of the governance of the bank or the governance of a particular institution, review the risk management framework, and then also ensure that the control processes there are adequate and they are working effectively. So internal audit as a function is supposed to review these processes within the banking space. And as we speak, audit reviews the governance area. We look at whether we have policies and procedures in existence. So like my colleague Kingsley mentioned, we have policies like the conflict of interest. We have the COC, which is the code of conduct. We have the COI, conflict of interest, that I've mentioned. Then you also have the whistleblower policy. There is also a policy on sanctions and then the disciplinary. Now, at the end of the day, internal audit is supposed to ensure that these policies are there and then also review the policies in line with current practices, in line with rules and regulations to ensure that there are no gaps. So the output of all the audit reviews is an audit report. And a typical audit report, you will see the findings, and then you also see the impact of that particular finding. So if there's a particular finding on the institution, you reviewed a department, you reviewed a unit, or you reviewed a process, and there's a particular finding, you want to look at the impact of that particular finding on the institution in terms of the risk. So is there any financial risk that that particular finding is bringing on the business? Is there any reputation risk that that particular finding is bringing on the business? Is there any people risk at the end of the day? So internal audit will then make recommendations to address all these risks or these weaknesses in the system. Now, we all know that regular reviews of these policies and procedures would ensure that there is consistent behavior among staff of that particular institution. So if you ask me, I will say that yes, internal audits, we partner senior management and board. Because at the end of the day, reports go to senior management, reports go to board, and board is supposed to look at it and ensure that the recommendations stated therein are implemented. Now, when those recommendations are implemented, you and I know that the conduct of staff or the way we do our things would then be consistent across board. One typical one is the disciplinary and then the sanctions policy. Now, if there is a review and we noted that a particular staff did not comply with the policies and procedures, we call name and shame. So at the end of the day, that particular staff must appear before a DC and be disciplined in line with the policy. Now, if you are another staff in another branch or another department, and you get to know that, oh, your colleague has been disciplined for doing ABC, at the end of the day, it will also deter you from following suit. So at the end of the day, internal audit is supposed to add value to the business of banking or add value to the institution. And these are some of the ways that audit becomes a partner to management and board in ensuring that the culture within the institution, the culture within the bank is that of integrity and accountability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. And Babalola, I'll come to you now. So considering the scale of UAC's distribution network, right, how do you balance efficiency with control, ensuring that fraud risks do not creep in through whether logistics or dealer relationships or even sales operations while still maintaining efficiency.
Okay, thank you. Efficiency is very important because FMCG, I mean, by its nature, it's who gets to the market first. And getting to the markets in this instance is about how you get the input to your warehouse faster, get the production out quickly, and then get to the market. There are a lot of competitors out there. I mean, for instance, the kind of products we produce, I mean, packaged food, snacks, everybody know Gala, so there's a lot of packaged, snacks out there. If Gala is not available, the next one is available. Now, the fraud that usually creeping comes majorly from both internally and externally. Now, from the internal part, where you're trying to put too much pressure on people's targets, for instance, or as a salesperson, you must bring in this target. And the person knows, I have to get to the market faster, I have to service my distributors, my outlets, to make sure my goods are out there. Now the question is, you have this target, considering the challenges, and it needs to meet this target. There is no way it wouldn't want to, try to play some games to make sure it's balancing the books, meet the target, and then, delight the management in that instance. Similar vein you have for supplier, trying to supply, trying to satisfy you, however, trying to also cut corners. So what have we done right in this instance? Now, we found ourselves in situations where there are ghost distributors, people set up shadow distributors outlets somewhere just for them to make sure they meet their targets, as it's been set. Similar vein, you have, shadow, how do I call it now? Vendors, you have a top ranking officer in your company that has a business somewhere, set up a, what's it called now? A supply unit, and taking advantage of inside information, to take advantage of the procurement opportunity in that regard. So what we've done differently at UAC is, one, we make sure we embed code of business conduct in our process of onboarding both distributors and vendors. And we go beyond that. We usually have, for instance, distributors forum. So we call them together. This is what we stand for. We are partner in progress. So we really want to encourage sharp practices because we want to do business with you. We want you to also make profit. We want to make profit and trying to find a way to cut corners. So if you make them realize the purpose behind your processes, your policies, your conduct, and consequences, and most importantly, tone at the top is very key. I mean, there are top management executives that only cares about you bringing in the business. Just meet the target. However you want to do it, they care less. How you're going to do it is very important. When we're doing business, we build trust, and you're making profit, you make ethical profit. The moment that tone at the top is not clear on the ethics, trying to balance the business, the efficiency, there's no way they will see it as an opportunity, and then fraud will come in. And you know how we think in risk management? You don't look at it from the point of view of, like the previous speakers in the previous session said, the fraud will not come like 500 million fraud at a time. It's the 10,000, the 100,000, the 1 million, the 100 million. So the intention, the notion, the person is manipulating those targets, is manipulating those businesses by the time they will strike. And we've had instances like that, where a full load of truck got missing. And we have a similar instances where a supplier is distributing us as we speak. We don't know the whereabouts of the driver, don't know the whereabouts of the truck for the input material, and that's it. So the indices and indications would have been there. You've been saying it, but because somehow you encourage it, saying that let's just get the business done. We need to be ethical. So that ethics is something we hold dearly that has been helping us to manage this situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The phrase "tone from the top" keeps recurring, so I think it's something that we all just need to keep watch on. I'll come back to you, Kingsley. So from your experience, right, managing complex capital projects and supply chains in the oil and gas sector, what are the top 3 points of vulnerability for procurement fraud and why? Also, what measures can be implemented to mitigate the resultant risks?
Well, okay. So, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I would say from what we've seen and generally within the industry. So the top 3 points of vulnerability for procurement fraud, I would say the first one would be something that is very common: bid manipulation and collusion, right? So you find that when we look at something like bid rotation and suppression, so competitors, vendors will secretly agree to maybe take turns, when it comes to supplying. So somebody they would intentionally bid higher so that someone will get the bid, or they would all bid high, and then one person sublets to all the others, so they all share from that money. You also have within that manipulation space information leaks. So these ones you would have confidential information is being leaked out by people within the system, or letting other competitors know what people have bidded and so on and so forth, all to manipulate the system. And then insider also, you can have things like specification rigging, where someone within your system would more or less write a specification that has been given to him by a vendor. So at the end of the day, it's only that vendor that actually meets that requirement. Then you have, when contracts have been awarded, maybe you would have things like variations to contracts, amendments to contracts. So you would have things like unjustified variations. So they start making variations for small orders within the teams to that does not undergo proper scrutiny. You also have inflated claims where even those variations are overpriced, and all this padding is done with people within the system. So a third one would be vendor master data and the payment systems. When somebody within the system can create fake vendors. You can actually create fake vendors in the master data, and then they put the accounts of related parties where these payments can be made to. And like I've been mentioned originally, these will be small transactions, not really big things that will catch the eye of anybody. And then we've also had cases where you have the transfer fraud, where someone's legitimate account number is intercepted and changed. And usually you have things like email compromise, where you have someone to say, oh, we've changed our account number and this is our new account number. And then if there's no due diligence, that payment is actually diverted to somebody else. And like I've been mentioned earlier, before you finish chasing it, the whole money has gone up in smoke and been carted away. Then invoice skimming, you have duplicate invoicing, small quantities being done over and over for a vendor that is actually a legit vendor. And some of these things are done without doing the normal three-way match of looking at a purchase order, a goods receipt note, and then the invoice. All these verifications are not being done. So for measures to counter some of the general risk, third-party risk in big contracting. So this is something, those are risks that will arise from using vendors, suppliers, and partners. So not just, and this is for both the big and the small ones. So we would typically do initial vetting to try and uncover some of the hidden risks. So one important one is a beneficial ownership check. So you would want to know who the ultimate beneficial owner is in any company, in any that you want to deal with. So, and this is particularly important for guiding against anti-money laundering and for anti-money laundering and also anti-corruption compliance. So you don't want to be dealing with politically exposed people without realizing that they are the ones fronting behind the companies that you are dealing with. And then also we check sanctions for and politically exposed person screening. So because we do business internationally, we have people working with us from all areas. So we need to be sure that who we are dealing with, they have not been sanctioned in other jurisdictions that can then lead cause exposure to you for lack of compliance. So we do this continuous monitoring of the global watch lists and to be sure that the people we are dealing with are always on the right side. Then we also have a structured assessment. So where we have a risk scoring method. So you score the vendors based on information that is publicly available. And with that, you looking at things like compliance history, financial health, even ESG factors, put all that together. So you have a scoring system from where you can then almost objectively look at the different types of, you can look at everybody at the same pedestal and then be able to do that. We also look at geo-risk mapping. There are some jurisdictions where we know that the likelihood of corruption is quite high, maybe due to a cultural thing. So there they don't see some of these things as a big deal. But for us, because like I said, we operate across several jurisdictions. So something that goes wrong in one jurisdiction, you may be held accountable for it somewhere else. So we look at all that geo-risk mapping and then just to be sure that we are clean. Then after we have gone live, we are now transacting, we continue to monitor the news of what is happening to those big strategic vendors. In case take somebody that was fine today, by tomorrow, they may have done something that then becomes a problem for you. And importantly, for all of our contracts and agreements, we always have something we call the right to audit clause that is inside. So we have a right to look at what you've done in respect to anti-corruption compliance records, some subcontracting that you will do, and so on and so forth. Finally, we get mandatory training and certification. So even third parties sitting within our side and all those big vendors to where their people have to run through anti-bribery and corruption training and ethics and all the confidentialities, conflict of interest, and so on and so forth. So we also put that onus on the third parties so that their staff and people can also comply. Thanks. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Kingsley. Still with our online panelists. So Emmanuel, with mobile money and digital banking expanding rapidly in Ghana, what would you say are the top 3 fraud risks internal audit teams should be watching closely? And how can banks adapt their controls to stay ahead of these threats?
Thank you very much, Demi. So if you look at the Bank of Ghana fraud report for 2024, you will see the various types of fraud that occurred in banks and financial institutions. So for me, if you want to look at the top 3, then the first one will be social engineering. We all know when we say social engineering, Fraudsters try and impersonate bank staff. They try and impersonate telco staff. So what we have recently noticed is that you'll be there and then you receive a text message. And the text message will tell you that somebody from the bank will call you to assist you to update or upgrade your mobile app. And within a few minutes, you'll get a call. When you get a call, the person will sound like a bank staff calling from the bank and ready to help you upgrade your mobile app. And if you are not very careful, you end up sharing your credentials, I mean your PIN, your OTP with that particular fraudster. There are times that links will be sent to customers and they will see the links as if it's originating from the bank. They will just click on the link and then they will follow through the various instructions that are there. And before you realize, customer unknowingly is giving out his date of birth, is giving out his account number, and the fraudsters take advantage of all these things. And usually, the people that we have noticed fall prey to some of these social engineering schemes are customers who are not too good with the digital space. I mean, their appreciation of the digital space is not too high. And so the fraudsters try and take advantage of them to have access to their account, and then they do unauthorized transfers from their accounts. Another fraud has to do with the bank insider, or what we will call the onboarding fraud. There are times that fraudsters want to enter the banking system and they want to enter it through the onboarding stage. So typically, somebody applies to be a bank staff, applies to be a bank employee. The person forges the certificates, brings the certificates, attends interview, that person is onboarded. Before you realize, the person is within the bank and trying to commit fraud or committing fraud, actually. There are times that you also onboard vendors or third parties that provide services to the bank. They also bring forged documents or manipulated documentation. At the end of the day, the bank begins to do business with those people, and the bank ends up losing funds because of the presence of those fraudsters within the banking space. And then also there is another type of fraud that we call the card fraud or the ATM fraud. The BOG terms it ATM POS card fraud. Usually, I am supposed to have an ATM card or apply for a Visa, a MasterCard for me to be able to use to transact business. So I can visit an ATM machine and do a withdrawal from the machine. I can use the card to buy online and do other transactions that I wish I want to. There are times that customers, the cards for these customers may get missing. And unfortunately, when customers' cards get missing, they don't report to the nearest branch that their cards are missing. And because of that, when these cards fall in the hands of fraudsters, the fraudsters use those cards to do or buy items and services online. The customer only realizes that, Jack, my funds are moving out, when the customer sees any SMS alert of a withdrawal or a debit. That is when they rush and run to the bank and say that I have noticed an amount of money has moved from my account, but I didn't initiate it, I didn't authorize it. Then the bank now have to go and investigate and see what actually occurred. So for these type of fraud, the social engineering side, the insider side, and then that of the ATM or the card fraud, banks are now up to scratch with some of these things. In the first panel discussion, we spoke about technology. So in this space, banks are now trying to upgrade their system in order to be able to detect some of this fraud as and when you can, even sometimes for it to be very preventive. So banks are now investing in systems that is able to help them be able to detect some of these fraud where there are unusual transactions. So a customer comes to open an account and a customer says that my average deposit and my average withdrawal are between a 0 cedi to maybe a 50,000 within 12 months or in a year. Now, the moment you realize that there is a particular transaction that is more than 50,000, then the system is supposed to trigger that there is an unusual transaction on this particular customer's account. That is where it becomes more of preventive and you are able to know, and then that can be stopped as quickly as possible. In terms of the card side, banks have also upgraded their system such that now authentication for some transactions are not only one, i.e. when you key in your password, you are able to access or do bank transactions. But these days, you key in your password and an OTP will be sent to your mobile. There are times that even when the OTP is also sent to you, there will also be a security question for you also to answer before you can proceed. So in terms of authentication, now it is not one, but it is multi, so that at the end of the day, you are sure that it is the account owner, it is the account holder that is doing all those transactions on his or her account. Then also, in terms of the bank insider or where we are onboarding fraud, what banks have decided to do is to enhance due diligence when somebody is being onboarded. So you have contract staff being onboarded, you have permanent staff being onboarded, you have vendors or third parties also being onboarded. So at the time of onboarding, you are supposed to do excellent due diligence. If it has to be enhanced due diligence, it means you have to do it. For you to know that the person that is coming is somebody that is trustworthy, somebody that you can do business with. In so doing, you are able to eradicate the fraud to a barest minimum. Now, one of the checks we do is what we call the criminal background check. So for any other person that is being employed by the bank, you have to go to, in Ghana here, we'll say the CID. So the Criminal Investigation Department, you have to go there for them to do the background check for them to know that Jack doesn't have any history of any criminal activity. And so when all these things are checked, it gives confidence and gives assurance that the person we are bringing on board will do the job. Then in terms of the various documentations that are also submitted, the documentations have to go through proper scrutiny, due diligence. If it is an institution, you are checking from the registrar of companies or the registrar general's department to ensure that they were actually issued with that particular certificate to do that particular business. You want to know the people that are behind the business or the company, so you have to lift the veil to see the beneficiary owners of that particular institutions. You want to do a field visit to see where these vendors are actually. You want to know the various persons who will be working with the bank from the vendor side. So if the vendor is bringing you a particular person to come and work, you want to be sure that this person has actually gone through the proper due diligence to be sure that you are working with that person. Now, in so doing, you, at the end of the day, want to eradicate fraud or minimize the occurrence of fraud on the bank, and then the various assets at the end of the day, you know they are secure. So for me, these are the three fraud areas, and then what banks are currently doing to make sure that those fraud are curtailed or minimized to some extent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. So we've heard from the oil and gas sector, we've heard from the financial space, so we will come to FMCG. So Babalola, looking ahead, what emerging fraud risks do you foresee in the FMCG industry? And how can industry players prepare to stay ahead of these challenges through innovation and technology?
Wow. Well, interestingly, sophisticated supply chain and procurement fraud is actually something that is very big. And when we say supply chain, it's both inbound, outbound, so procurement and distribution. It's sophisticated in the sense that I mean, just like earlier speakers during the previous session that said, these people think 3, 4, 5 steps ahead of you. They've been in business, considering the fact that they've also been relating with the people internally, like the sales team, sales managers. So for someone to try and create fraud around the outbound logistics part of the supply chain, you know, it has insider information. And we have instances which we've been dealing with over time. You cannot rule that out. I mean, someone, for instance, will profile a vendor and looking at the profiling metrics and the likes, you realize that how come this is the best vendor you want us to do business with? Okay, yeah, we send out RFQ, they responded, the RFQ, you know, time elapsed, and then what we received, we profiled. But the question is, even sending out RFQ, few people probably got this notification. Can you also have a tool that could help go into the ecosystem, you know, scan around and give you recommendations that you can actually profile? I mean, these are areas where technology can now help, you know, rather than you limit it, because people rely on the fact that, okay, we already have people profiled on our system with onboarded vendor. So when you send out RFQ, for instance, for people to quote, it's those on your system that will get to, you know, get those notifications. And over time, from the experiences, you know, some sharp practices, you have, how do I call it now, preferences. Oh, I prefer to deal with this person due to whatever reason or the other. And then from some of the information we've also gotten, I mean, information has been leaked, requirement has been leaked, and so on. This technology, for instance, I think there's a name for it. It's more an intelligence. You know, you build it into your ERP. It's a supply chain procurement software that will help you scan the globe. It also helps to some extent do some level of due diligence. I mean, it tells you who is on a white list, who you should deal with, which, you know, atmosphere, which environment, if there's any red flag, you should watch out. I mean, you know who you're dealing with. That's how technology can work and help in this area of sophisticated supply chain and procurement fraud, which for me is top. And I will also go back to my earlier comment. It's important for us to also strengthen that tone at the top. You know, control override, it's very common, most especially where you have concentrated ownership, you know, of companies. The owner can just make recommendations. And sometimes we felt, yes, you know, these people, we've been dealing with them, you know, and then probably they are partners. You also want to do business with your partners and so on. And you just got a recommendation to say, okay, deal with this person. I mean, these are things that are killing, you know, the businesses. People take advantage of that. Oh, MD will recommend this, oh, chairman will recommend this. And before you know it, the procurement team understand the thinking of the chairman, the thinking of the MD, and then they take advantage of that. And then find a way to parley with someone that you know, oh, this is MD's preference. This is that tone, you know, needs to be strengthened. We shouldn't, you know, take away anything from holding it. And like I said, technology, data analytics, intelligence, like I've mentioned, can also help strengthen the control to prevent this. I mean, the fraud, I mean, the risk is here already. Yeah, but I mean, the sophistication, the fact that everything is now, you know, digitized and so on, it's just gonna be out there in our face, you know. So,
Thank you very much. Now, from a public sector perspective, Adenike, where do you see significant vulnerability in a state's revenue collection process? And how can the government ensure that anti-fraud measures are integrated into its revenue generation and collection processes?
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I'll take Enugu State, for example.
So when I started the job, the profile of the state that has done over the last 15 years, the total earnings was between 26 billion and 30 billion for the entire year. And the principal then had said, Nick, I think you should be able to do something about this. I believe that this state is able to do over 100 billion per annum. So my mindset then was like, does this man think he's magic? Even if we do arithmetic, I think we should be shooting for maybe 60 billion, but 100 billion, you know? And then I want to be conservative, and then so yes, I know we can do more, but then in this sector. But something has happened within just 18 months. We grew that revenue from 30 billion to 182 billion. That's about 600% growth. And it all, for me, I would say, if I don't want to be too exaggerated, I almost lost my life. Because for the first 3 months when I got into the space, I couldn't go out without security. A lot of things. So it's not because of insecurity over there, but because everybody was like, who is this Yoruba girl that did this? and then people that actually had an idea of who I was, where I was working before, and like, things are going to be hard. And then they had to start having meetings in different joints where people would bring intelligence to say, how do we bring her down? That was the topic of every meeting. So the tactics was, first of all, 3 things. What are the assignment has been given? What are the ways that this sector actually generates revenue correctly? Identify them. So what are the loopholes in these ones? Block them. Then the third one, what are other ways, creative ways to identify new revenue collection mechanisms or areas for the state? So we focused on these 3. Meanwhile, I had to be very careful again. In public sector, I just got to know that you're given an appointment and then you have to draft your TOR yourself. Because you don't go to your boss and then he just knows that you have expertise to do this. He will not tell you that when you get there, you do A, B, C, D. So of course, I had to apply a bit of my learnings. And that's why I'm everywhere I go, I say I'm grateful for the learnings and the staff at Deloitte. And at least if I don't know anything, I don't understand this business. So, but there's no business here, it's everybody I want to understand. But unlike before, where I had a portfolio of just 4 clients in a year, this is a state with over 130 MDAs. And then each MDA had, a head of agency, executive secretary, or commissioner that's in charge, that was also giving the work to do. So, you coming in the first place to come and say, yes, I am this, and then you're just you're an advisor. You're not a commissioner. You don't have a budget. So when you are talking to the president, except you've been built with this confidence and you know what you're doing, they're ready to listen to you. Before you even come to them, they have checked your profile, and then a lot of things go down. So it took resilience, it took determination to now say, okay, let me call this 5. I cannot go for 130. Let me identify the top 50. Another thing came, like, how do we name this team? I know nobody here, no team, nothing. How do I even trust people? I had to start looking for young accountants that were just inducted into ICANN at that time. Started speaking with them, I can train you and all of that. I started building an army. And there's an office of the internal auditor, like the state auditor. And you don't want to be seen as doing their job also, because they will go and, through the law, they will shoot you down before you arrive. And I said, okay, what do I call this thing? I wrote a memo to the government and said, okay, this thing is going to be called the Revenue Assurance Team. So it took a lot of, I locked myself in my hotel room for like a week trying to brainstorm on what I should do. Then, rather than having an, in quotes, internal audit plan, I submitted a revenue assurance plan. And then we started. I just put all the top 50 from the data I couldn't get. I had to just look at, okay, the impact of these MDAs on the day-to-day lives of people here, to assume that they are the ones that actually generate the most of the revenue. One of the things we saw was cash collection everywhere. Appointments of agents. So, for example, you have a commissioner, and I come into office today.
It is seen, in fact, your appointment is in quotes, allegedly, as seen as a settlement of your commitment to the arrival of the administration. Except for, of course, like I said, the tone from the top, somebody that just knows that I am not going to be overly compensating for political efforts, but to deliver service to the people. So there were, at least you can say, 80% of the appointments were really, really deserved. So we started work. The revenue assurance team will visit each place. First of all, the commissioner sees, upon arrival, appoints agents to collect the revenues for that ministry. For example, the Ministry of Trade and Commerce, for example, they are supposed to collect business premises for the entire state. Data fragmentation, they don't have any data. They just literally send people to the streets. Like if I appoint him now as the agent to collect on behalf of the ministry. And of course, you know what happens, okay? So I'm going to set a target for you. You're going to collect, and then you remit 8 million naira to the government every month. I have not done any data analytics to ascertain how much is actually derivable from this sector. How many businesses do we have in this place? And what is the actual target I'm supposed to spend, set for him? And of course, in appreciation of my of the privilege given to him to represent and collect on behalf of the agency, I'll get some certain compensation at the end of the month, of course. That one is always behind the book. And then you some of the things you don't even have the right to discuss. But you now start, first of all, we said all agents in the state that has been appointed before we resumed is hereby cancelled. We cancelled all contracts. And after cancelling of the contract, we brought digital tools, central revenue collection system. There's no way you could, fraud will be there, but then because of the transparency, it's very difficult to now hide. Then people started, no, it's not working. Because one of the things that we found out, there was a digital central revenue management system before we came. But of course, the person that brought those had layered some percentages that were deducted automatically through direct settlements of some engines. So whatever arrives is net of that. And the best way to punish us was to deactivate that system overnight. So we have to start from the scratch. So that's why I said it takes a lot of determination to ensure that, okay, that thing has to work. We brought in the new system. Up till now, because that's the order of the day, you hear people pass comments like, that's why they are pushing all of us to go to the center. They are getting a settlement from it. You're going to get called names. You're going to get as blackmailed. But then the tone from the top that has been established before, and then you knowing what to do, which is one of the reasons why we keep saying we need more intelligent people to come into the public sector and serve the people. The gap is too wide, too wide. And then some commissioners that actually came that were worthy, they didn't know anything about public sector. It is the permanent secretary and those civil servants that will tell you, okay, come, Chebi, this work, your family people don't celebrate you. You need to take something home. Before you know it, 4 years will be complete. I've had that thing over and over again. You need to go home with something. They will show you how they used to do it. And before you know what's happening, you will start yielding. Even if I don't want anything to do with it, okay, don't worry. Don't worry. They'll go and do that thing on your behalf and people start and appoint the agents on your behalf. I'll bring proceed to you and say, okay, this man brought gift for us, so we cannot reject the gift. We didn't do anything for him. And then, all of that. Then we stopped cash collection straight up because everything was cash in the system. No traces, no audit trail. Then we now went into the informal sector. I never knew that was like the gold mine of public sector. In practice, then we're always focused on formal sector. We want to do these controls. The money is on the street. That's where the money is. The previous administration had compassionately stopped collection of taxes in the market as when we came. So when we came, we said, oh, everybody has to pay tax. We went into the market and then we came up with this system where we started e-ticketing. That's what it's called. So we had agents front load their money.
We're not waiting for you to go and sell and come back that it's only 10 people that paid you. You want to register, you register as an agent officially, we give you an identification and everything, and then you come to the system, you buy your tickets ahead, and you go into the markets, and then we didn't stop at that. We now went into the markets and also counted, did physical counts of each market that is located, and had a compliance unit also to also cross-check with you. So as an agent, if you say you are located this particular market, we know average how many stores are there and how many tickets you're supposed to be selling. We also had to do collaboration with different agencies, even non-governmental agencies like the NURTW. Before we got there, those ones collect 200 naira per day. And then Keke and Bus. At the average now, we sell over 17,000 tickets for Keke and Bus in a day. This was a system that had no data of how many Keke and Buses that were in the system. And then these people will come on a daily basis. You find people at bus stops now beginning to sell tickets to these people. We do not only have growth in revenue, we now have better data. But of course, the big question comes in at the end of the day. After this administration, what happens? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adenike. Very interesting points you've mentioned. We're running out of time, but I'd like to find out if we have questions from our online audience that we can just briefly take. Okay, no questions. Do we have time for one round? Okay, so this will be the last round of questions. I'll come back to you, Babalola. Beyond policies and manuals, what practical steps can organizations take, right, to empower managers and team leads to take ownership of fraud risk within their organizations?
Yeah, I love the question because there's a saying that risk move faster than policy. I mean, in information technology space, as you're developing a software now, even before you join it out, I mean, there's a better version or upgraded version. Yeah, so what we've done to ensure that, managers take responsibility of fraud risk management, within their space. The first thing is, okay, so let me take it this way. Particularly when analyzing and coming up with framework for fraud risk management. Now we look at the fraud triangles. And if we look at fraud risk itself, it's an operational risk. Operational risk is, risk arising from failure of your process, system, and people. So analyzing your fraud risk, the pressure, the opportunity, the rationalization, you need to be able to map it to the people, the process, and the system. So no matter the sophistication of the system you put in place, the beautiful, watertight, control-tight policies and procedures you've put in place, the most important element that we always forget to leave out is that people. People will be the one to implement the policies, the controls. They will be the one to operate, implement the system, whatever it is. So the first thing is awareness. You need continuous awareness. So what we've done on a monthly basis, we have a meeting called town hall meetings for all staff and management. So in these town hall meetings, presentations are made for critical, issue, critical risk. So risk and compliance, we do presentation, on risk management, fraud, and all the critical risks that we think should come to the attention of everybody. That's one. Secondly, to make it responsibility and accountability, then we have to also include this as part of KPIs of managers. So it is important for you to make sure that while the company is doing the best they need to do, training the staff, enlightening them, then you take responsibility. So it's like saying self-accounting system sort of a thing. So your department, you are responsible for it. Fraud responsibility, fraud occurrence, fraud minimization is also part of your responsibility in your department. And then we're tracking the KPIs on a regular basis. So that way, you're not just leaving it out to, okay, let the risk management or let the internal audit pick it. Each department managers are also responsible for it. It's a KPI. And that's two. Secondly, we've also created an avenue for reporting, suspicious transactions. This is very important. So we created a platform where people can report, noticeable incidences, small, big traces, breaches, whatever it is, because we also use this data. So this reporting platform gives confidence to people because it's also anonymous. Aside whistleblowing, it's also anonymous. Just go online, you log it in. You don't have to put your details in terms of your name and the likes. Give us what you noticed, and the department you think, that thing is likely happening or the function, you put it there. Now, how do you encourage people to go back to that platform to keep reporting? Then we reward. So during these town hall meetings, so what we also do is, so we have statistics of all the reports we've had, over the period or over the months, and then we'll come up with top reporters, top 3. So this gives people that feeling that, okay, I'm being rewarded for doing the right thing. And the people that are being reported, we investigate, and then we'll get back to, what's it called now? The sanction grid, disciplinary committee, decisions are taken. I will make sure that we don't just apply sanction grid because you've been reported and then investigation says that this is what happened. Of course, disciplinary committee is important. Call people to hear from both sides, and then everybody's aware of the consequences, and that leads us to consequence management again. Now, consequence management is another thing. You have a policy that you want everybody to comply with. However, the application of that policy to certain levels or certain cadre is not the same to other cadres. You also lose trust of the people. So accountability, like I said, we have built it into every manager's deliverables, KPIs, and it's being measured. We build trust by ensuring that people have platforms to report voluntarily and they are being rewarded, for coming out to help them do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Babalola. Emmanuel, quickly to you as we wrap up, and please let's just all try and keep our answers as brief as possible. Since digital fraud may sometimes rely on manipulating the customer, how does internal audit evaluate the reach and effectiveness of banks' customers' education program? So basically, how can you confirm that customer behavior is becoming more resilient?
All right, okay. Thank you very much for the question. So first of all, we owe the customers a duty of care. We are expected to inform the customers of whatever is happening in the banking industry. We need to educate them on issues of fraud so that they are always alert when they see any symptoms of fraud getting closer to them. So as part of the audit function, we are supposed to review the education that we give to each and every customer. And the customer base of banks, rank from different types. You have individual customers, you have corporate customers, you have those that are SME, you have customers that are young, you have those that are old, you have those that are literate, those that are illiterate. It's like a small village, sort of. So in educating the customers about fraud, you need to touch on all these areas so that every customer is covered in the education process. And so if you also look at the various services that we have, there are so many customers on different platforms. So when you are educating, you need to also bring all those channels on board to make sure that every other customer is catered for. So there are times that you see banks sending out SMS notices to customers. Typically, the bank will tell you that never share your PIN or your OTP with any other person. Stay alert. They will tell you if there is any suspicious calls or messages to you, contact the nearest branch or call this toll-free number. I mean, banks are always trying to educate customers. Sometimes they go online, send it via social media. If you have a WhatsApp, if you have a Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, they are there. Sometimes the education also goes on to the media. So some bank staff would have to mount stage with some TV stations or radio stations and educate the customers on all these things. And sometimes you mix the foreign language with the local language. If you have a typical branch where you have houses that are there, you have a typical branch with a particular ethnic group, you need to speak in their language for them to understand, so that they also be aware if there is anything fraudulent. At the end of the day, audit comes out with a procedure to be able to measure, to know that really the education that is going out, customers really get it. So there are times that we do, somebody will call mystery shopping. We go to branches, we interact with customers to know their level of awareness concerning fraud. There are times that we send surveys out, especially to those that are a bit digitally okay. We send it to them, they give us feedback. And all these things is to ascertain whether the education, the fraud awareness that we are giving to the customers are on point. When we compare fraud data for a particular period with the current period, and we notice that the level of fraud that is associated with customers is reducing or diminishing, then you can confidently say that, yeah, the behavior of customers is becoming resilient in terms of fraud awareness. So at every point in time, there is a way to measure and to know that, yeah, everything is working. So for external customers, for internal customers, we do same. So for those of us who are in the office, those of us who are internal customers, we also have to measure whether we are aware of the various schemes of fraud. So there are tutorials at branches, like my colleague said, there are tutorials on Thursday mornings for them to discuss issues about fraud. There are simple exams sort of to alert the internal customer, that is staff, about whatever is happening. Sometimes you take some quick short exams for you to know that, yeah, really staff are aware of the various schemes and how to even combat. So those are the things that internal audit does in order to make sure that the fraud awareness that has been implemented is working effectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Now, Kingsley, as a manager of corporate risk, how can the effectiveness and maturity of the existing fraud risk framework be measured and tracked over time?
Okay, so some of the you can look at this using both quantitative and qualitative indicators. So the quantitative ones would really be looking at the outcomes, while the qualitative ones would be looking more at reflecting on the process and your culture. So for the quantitative matrices that we can look at to look at effectiveness, we can look at our detection efficiency, right? So how quickly is fraud discovered when a fraud has happened? You want to have systems that even if you are not able to prevent that particular fraud, you want to be able to detect it as soon as possible so that it does not continue to fester. So you'll be looking at maybe like a fraud detection lead time, So you would want to work at decreasing that, so that whenever you have a fraud, you want to be sure that you detected it on time. And then you also be looking at things like detection source ratio. So from where is the detection coming? Because you would have several areas where you used to check. So you have your internal audits, you look at internal controls, whistleblowing, and then external audits. So you'd want as much as possible to increase the sources from which it's coming, especially from whistleblowing and internal control. You don't want it to be auditors that come to find out. You want to be able to detect this on time. So the more of that you have, the better it is your detection system is. And then you also look at things like loss and recovery matrices. So when a fraud happens, right? So you look at your total fraud cost. What's the cost of that fraud to you compared to your revenue that you have gotten as a company. So where it is high, of course, it means you are taking serious hits and serious losses. So you want to keep that as low as possible. And then also you look at your fraud loss recovery rate. So what does this look at? It looks at when you've detected the fraud, are you able to recover that money or whatever it is that was lost? So, and if you are, then it becomes a good one for you. So this also would reflect the effectiveness of your investigation and also your legal and remedial processes to be able to recover. So in terms of performance control matrices, this also would look at the reliability of your system and and the system's ability to prevent fraud. So critical control failure rates. So you have controls when you do your internal audits, like here we have test of controls and all the things you do. Then what is your failure rate of those controls? You want that rate to be zero as much as possible. So when you put controls in place, you want to be sure that they're effective and working the way they are designed. On the qualitative side, you'll be looking at risk assessment and integration into your system. How well is fraud risk and stuff is incorporated into your enterprise risk management framework. And then you will also do proactive fraud risk assessment, maybe on an annual basis and so on and so forth. So it's something you have to keep running at. So you check how often you do that and the heat map of how fraud risk is sitting inside your register. So you'll be looking at things like training and cultural maturity. So tone at the top, are you tracking the level of management participation? Like places here, we have things like site engagements that management we have, talk to people. But you also want to look at the consequence management. How quickly does management react when a case has been established, investigated? Do they have the consistency in applying consequence management? Like had been mentioned before, is it only at a particular level, and when it's too high up, nothing gets done? So you need to look at all that. Then also your whistleblowing, right? So that's your trust index. The more people can talk, that means the more trust they have in your system, right? So they know that when they give quality feedback and come back, nobody is not traceable. And even if it is, there are no consequences that will come out of that. So the people are trusted, they are trusting your system. Then we look at also governance and oversight. How is your board and your audit committee looking at fraud and so on? How are the meetings? What do they do? Do they even talk about fraud when they are in those meetings? And when reports are made, how do they deal with them? And so on and so forth. Then we look at the resources and technology. So we're now in the space of technology. How are we investing in technology to help us? What are we doing with big data and analytics and continuous monitoring? Do we have all those things in place? So all these are things that can help you to really continue to monitor your fraud environment and to track how you are progressing. So back to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Kingsley. Before we take questions online and from the audience, one last question from me to you, Adenike. So collaboration is central to this year's theme. In your own view, How can stronger collaboration between regulators, state institutions, and even the private sector foster transparency and enhance financial crime prevention?
Thank you very much. Yes, I think I've actually talked on, especially the private sector, and this is a final note on that. Maybe during the private sector has to now take this, like, be more intentional, because this is, I'll take Nigeria for example. This is where we all live, and whatever is done at the top affects all of us. So it's a plea to especially practices, firms that have all of these things. Maybe during the low peak periods, you could actually rise to different governments where we have offices and see how we can help strengthen their system. These are, I think it should actually be taken as a matter of urgency, like even one of our CSRs. It's not when we go to the less privileged. I think working with government now should now be seen as CSR. Kudos to Chairs Up. Actually, she reached out to me. You know, when you see your colleagues that are actually venturing into those spaces and reach out to them, how can we help you? It goes along with, like, someone is seeing the pain and is reaching out to you. The team has also reached out to say, how can we help your assurance team with forensics? So I'll paint an example. Look at a state that moved from X to maybe 6X. Had only 3 gateways for collection of revenue and now has about 7. Most of these agencies and gateways also, they know that they are dealing with government. I'm not trying to accuse anybody in particular, but look at the volume of transactions of government agencies that goes through gateways. And we have different issues of settlement and non-settlement. Because they know that there is a knowledge gap and nobody will come for it, it just stays there and it goes. Excess bank charges and things that happens in different bank accounts. The other day, wrapping up 2025, we did a memo to all MDs to say, please can you give us a list of all the bank accounts I have. We had over 750 something bank accounts for various MDs. How do you do bank reconciliation for all of that? Like when I got the response, I was like, okay, I think the data is just fine. Data is just like, but where do I go from there? It's when we have agencies that actually reach out to these MDAs and help them one after the other. For each state government, actually, okay, what are your top high risk MDAs that their successes will bring success for the state? And how do we help you? If it's only bank reconciliation that they're able to do, or investigation of wrong interest rates and bank charges only, or simply just can we help with settlement of just one gateway to be able to help your team identify other areas of fraud? So it cannot be done by government alone. That collaboration has to happen. I spearheaded just within first few months when I started the job, something happened. Procurement fraud. And somebody said they were going to implement systems because they know the government wants innovation and all of that. And they said they were going to be scanning all the documents in the Ministry of Lands. Imagine documents from 1903. Over 70,000 land files were going to be scanned. And somebody said, we need to buy some printers, and those printers have to be enabled with one particular thing that's ID from HP. And then because of that particular software, we're going to be importing, and then each printer is going to cost 3 million for one. And then printer that are using card to swipe and are using joint printing. And just because I had the idea, just a search online, like, okay, best printers in the world. Let me even start from there. On Amazon, on everywhere, I did not see anything that is like that. And I thought, okay, I went to the field and I saw this printer. And I went to people and they said there's something that they uploaded in this system that is converting it from image to PDF. I say image to PDF. See that I will use my card to buy Adobe and convert. I don't understand. They said, no, madam, there is nothing is converting. And those ones you don't do, they can be very ignorant. I said, okay. I said, I put my card, I bought the Adobe, and I did the conversion. Those guys were actually going through hell from conversion and renaming. But when I used my own card to do that, and it was seamless. I now picked the serial number of the printer.
and put it online. Lo and behold, the printer is 260,000 naira. If there was nobody in that system as at that time that has the audacity to ask or question it, that particular activity amounted to over 1.5 billion. So collaboration is very important. Let private sector not begin to see that it's their problem, and all of us go on Twitter. Government is this, government is that. You have all the best opinions in the world. Come and let's do this together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adenike. So, questions online? Yes, please. So we have this question, and it's not directed to any panelist in particular, so anyone can be free to respond. Which emerging fraud typologies do you believe Nigerian institutions are currently underestimating, especially those driven by AI and deepfakes? Any takers? Emmanuel, Kingsley,
Okay, I can try. It will still be AI at the moment because that's what is readily available and accessible by everyone. But then you'll be shocked that the level of people that still know about this is very, very few. And then most of us in Nigeria, once we know one, we're not ready to even learn to know better ones. For example, everybody's on ChatGPT now, just want ChatGPT and be going to where you're going. We are not ready to do more research to strengthen us, especially for organizations and even public sector. People do, what I've seen in public sector is people do trainings. They said there's, in fact, the kind of things that come from federal government, trainings, public sector. But then what happens after the trainings? How do you ascertain that these people now implement what they've been taught? So whatever emerging technologies, we need to be able to research, help people to learn intentionally and drive implementation and compliance. I think that's one thing that I'm looking down on. I also wanted to make a comment when someone was talking about the bank act. But I think we should start going, so I don't know if it's already existing. Just like in the case of fire, there should also be fire drills for fraud. For example, in the banks, you know, phishing mails is one because of the education level of the customers. Can we do a drill and do just like when we do in our L&D, and then we do a test for everybody to see who passes that phishing test or not? The banks can actually also adopt that to do those tests. It helps a wider, because almost everybody has a bank account. So, and then send people their scores for that. You can send a message to say, okay, we will have this drill once every quarter. We will not tell you the time, but then we will send you the scores if you need to be more alert to fraud or not, you know. So Nigeria, space, private, public organizations, we need to focus on developing training our people on these emerging technologies so that we stay on top of it.
Thank you very much, Adenike. Emmanuel, I'll direct this question to you. Although it's focused on Nigeria, so we'll just make it banks or governments generally. So do you think Nigeria, or possibly let's say Ghana in this instance, needs a centralized fraud intelligence sharing platform between banks, telcos, fintechs, and do you think this initiative is feasible considering data privacy?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. If we currently look at what is happening in the world, the telcos have their own technology, their systems that they run on. Banks also have theirs. Other fintech companies also have theirs. So for me, if there is any decision to consolidate and to have a centralized database where telcos, banks, and other fintechs will have access to fraud data and how to monitor and manage fraud, that would be excellent. I mean, once the telcos, the central banks, the fintechs start discussing some of these things, it will help a lot because a shared platform can consolidate some of these things. So banks are taking biometrics of customers. telcos are also taking biometrics of customers. So if we can sync the biometrics and if we can sync the SIM, so I'm a bank customer, I have an account with a bank, but I have a SIM card that I use. Somebody also has a SIM card. So if we can sync the biometrics of customers, sync their SIM cards, sync virtually the account data in a holistic way such that each and every person within the bank, fintech, and then even the central bank could access, it will help. If you look at the bank data, banks usually send reports to the central banks, out of which the central bank is able to prepare a consolidated report for everybody to learn from. So for me, if there is a database, if there's a centralized unit for all these players within the financial sector to have access to real-time data and they can share information, it will be something that would wow and it will help everybody.
Thank you very much.
Over to you.
Because we've already run out of time. How do you ensure confidentiality when you reward reporters? How do you ensure confidentiality when you reward reporters? Yes, Abana.
Okay, so of course we won't disclose what you reported or who you reported. So we have the statistics of the number of reports we've received, and then who report, we reached out to them, privately. However, we would disclose their name with the intention of, one, making people aware of what is working, and also to encourage, like an incentive, incentivizing their actions. That, see, if you do this, this is a need for you, and this is a need for the company. I mean, the company is better for it because you are helping the company, managing a risk that we may probably not discover ourselves, or our system may not pick. However, if you do it, I mean, this is a need for you. So that way, but I mean, you don't know what the person has reported, you don't know who he has reported. Of course, that wouldn't be mentioned. I can't say, oh, Mr. A reports incidents of sales and sales department, production department, manufacturing floor, and then you start thinking, oh, Mr. A works in manufacturing floor, so you are the one reporting us. No. So that's not going to happen. So we protect confidentiality that way. However, let the people know what you're doing and then encourage them, to come forward. I mean, flip side to that, someone asked, so there was a whistle-blowing incident, and unfortunately, it turned out to be false. And someone was like, yeah, we should encourage false whistleblowing, you should sanction the person, you should do this, you should do that. I mean, you're probably going to discourage other person speaking up eventually to say, oh, if it turned out to be false, then I'm in for it, I'm in trouble. So there are guidelines to, try and consolidate that trust. Let them have trust in the system and what you're doing. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think this is a good place or point to, wrap up this session. And just some key takeaways from everything that has been shared and discussed. One, tone at the top is very, very important. And I think we can all agree that once the tone at the top is set right, everything else would cascade and follow through. Then code of conduct is also a point that was raised. Having frequent fraud risk assessments is also very important. Then institutional strengthening was also a point that was raised. Integrity and accountability are two traits that we all must have, whether in the public sector or the private sector. Embedding a code of conduct behavior, enhancing due diligence, technology, data analytics and innovation, and just basically having that determination and will and mindset to just do the right thing. I want to thank our panelists, from Kingsley to Emmanuel, all from Ghana, Accra, to Babalola and Adinike. Thank you very much for your insights. A round of applause for our panelists, please.
Thank you very much also.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We are grateful
for the opportunity. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much. So we'd just like to give you some plaques. Yes, okay, so starting with you, Babalola. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So Kingsley and Emmanuel will send your plaques across to you. Thank you so much, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you. A round of applause for Dami and the panelists.
Thank you very much, Dami.
Thank you very much. I think
Thank you. Bye.
in addition to Daminola's takeaways, one thing that stands out to me is integrity is not optional. Integrity is mandatory. And so moving on to the next item on the agenda, I'll just do a quick run through of the events that we have left. Online guests, please do not drop off. The event hasn't ended. Moving on next, we'll have a little stretch break of 10 minutes, just so that we can move around and then just relax a bit. And then after that, we'll have another icebreaker session, and then we'll move into the third and final panel session for today's event. I think I also want to let the audience know that when you look around the room, we can see QR codes and banners on there. Please, I encourage that you scan the codes. It helps you to, there are different quizzes. They're all very different. So don't think that if you've done one, you've done all. So if you scan all, I think 6 there are in the room. Yes, 4 or so thereabouts. You just take, they're just quizzes that will just test, your knowledge about fraud and everything. So yes, we have a quick stretch break. We'll be back by 1:35 and we'll continue the event.
Right, thank you very much.
As well, we have the Innovation Lab.
Exactly.
The Forensic Innovation Lab. Yeah, so please do well to explore all the things that have been provided. Thank you very much.
So just by the exit on the left here, we have our Forensic and Financial Crime Innovation Lab that has been set up. We also have colleagues that are there to run you through through the tools and capabilities. An ongoing initiative that we have in the lab. Thank you very much. As we reconvene in the next 10 minutes.
You make I cover graphics. I don't cover.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, I think we can proceed with the session. Our guests are still trying to take pictures. Are still trying to bond, connect. I mean, we still have a lot of time to do that today. Please, those outside can come inside. We'll be having another icebreaker session. I believe the first session was interesting, and this one will be more. It will be engaging as well. Do we still have? Okay, just to check in the room. I don't know if anybody met you today. If you got to connect with someone new. Maybe I will go around the room. Maybe I will go around the room just to ask. This table, the way everyone is smiling here, I like the energy here. No, at all. I can't. What's the name? Shegun. Nice to meet you, Shegun. Did you meet anybody new today? Or are you guys connected? Is it just connection? Did you connect via LinkedIn? Let's hear you. I guess online. Yes, you connected. Okay, good. Good to know. Nice to meet you, Shegun, as well. My name is Augustine. Thank you. Thank you. Who do I get to meet again? Good afternoon. What's the name? Anthony. Did you get to connect with anybody here today? Who's that? Oh, he works with the general. Exactly. Thank you very much. Augustine. Nice to meet you, Anthony. So I just got a legit connection right now. Bolu. My card is in check.
You want to share, your highlights from today's event so far? Key takeaways, anything?
Okay, thank you very much. I think this panel section was quite exciting, and collaboration, and then about the industry and fraud risk, talking about the procurement fraud, which is one of the big areas for emerging fraud, balancing anonymity with incentivizing whistleblowers, how do you strike that balance, for instance, right? For Deloitte, you have what they call the Deloitte tip of anonymous. So if you're whistleblowing anonymous, how do you now give them incentive of blowing whistle? Do you balance that, right? And then also, how do you also protect your whistleblower? I'm is talking about protecting the whistleblower. So if people get to know that this person is the one blowing the whistle, right, which actually expose that person becoming a target, so having protect the whistleblower. So most of these big frauds that will happen, not done by the small guys, small, not done by executive, right? So they also have access to the reports that you, the investigators, are bringing out. So how do you anonymize your report and protect the whistleblower? Very important. Yeah. So here the right tone and the top is there, right? Like the I didn't care from the public sector talks about the economy. I'm trying to mention, right? Once you have that support, then you have the strength with their resilience to be able to fight whatever is happening. Very quickly experiment to get the results you intend to get. So the tone at the top is very important in supporting whatever you are doing, whatever you are contributing to ensure that because you cannot comprehend the fraud, where you can reduce it using all the solutions you have. And I like what Mr. Kingsley talks about, actually measuring the effectiveness of your plan. What is the lead time for your fraud detection? What is the lead time for your fraud recovery or your fraud recovery rate, right? What is even the lead time for your fraud investigation? It's also very important. What kind of data are you gathering from everything you are doing? What kind of learnings are you going to get as an approach? What are you learning? Then I'm also waiting for the technology too that can also help you to improve all this. Then the collaboration, the data gathering, someone talks about having a central system whereby everybody puts in their records on their data. But how do you also now balance NDPR, that confidentiality, what extent of data can be shared among yourselves? So among industry players, what kind of data can be shared? What kind of data is accessible for us? If I have an incident whereby I have a vendor who is red flag, can I share that data with another industry practitioner? Right. Can I walk over to NIPS and say, for instance, I have vendors, staffs, right? I want to be able to access their financial record to see what the collaboration existing. Can I get a kind of support industry player? So thank you very much. I'm Samuel.
Thank you,
Mr. Samuel. He has learned a lot. I'm so happy.
We unintentionally started the third panel session today. But thank you very much, Mr. Samuel. So because of our time, I'll quickly call on the facilitators for the icebreaker session, so we can use us take 10 minutes to do that while we delve into the final conversation for today. So
facilitators from first icebreaker.
thank you very much, Okichukwu and Uchenna.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Augustine. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so we'll kick off now. You know, my mom will never cease to tell me that when you appreciate someone for what they have done, they will do more. So I'm saying thank you for your participation in the first session. I mentioned that we would come back. So we came back. We showed grit, tenacity, and determination that the professionals we have here showed to get, to their various professional levels. So we are back and we are expecting that you will indulge us Again, thank you very much. So, what is better than breaking some ice?
Breaking more ice.
Thank you very much.
We're going to move very quickly. I'm very sure that with the way we performed in the first icebreaker, I don't think we're going to need it this time around. So, moving to okay, he's speaking. He's speaking. Can someone help us on Scrum? We have the first person. Let me quickly. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Do we have any other, or do we are we all going to agree that?
No, I think we agree.
We agree.
Let's go.
It's a she. Okay, so when we move to the next one, okay.
I can't hear. Scam.
Okay, scam. Thank you very much.
Scam. Our participants and so they agree.
Thank you. Okay, now when we go to the next one, what do we have? By river.
By river.
By river.
Interesting. Okay, someone here wants to answer. Okay.
Bribery.
Right. Do you agree?
They agree it's bribery. What about those online?
Online said, someone sent me a chat online. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, they agree. It's a bribery.
All right. Thank you very much.
Aha.
Okay.
Interesting.
Resentment.
Let's go get this one first. Oh, I can see hands here.
Okay.
Embezzlement.
So, I didn't hear that.
Embezzlement.
It's embezzlement. Oh, apologies. Do you agree? Oh, okay. I think we all agree embezzlement.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay.
The next one, who wants to try?
Okay. I said I already knew that we're not going to need these hints.
I think this thing is too
oh no.
Our life for forgery, okay. Our participants are going to agree with us. Okay, I think we're together.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for your participation. So the next one we have is crime by crime.
Crime by crime. Do you want to try?
Cybercrime. Okay. The room is
Cybercrime.
online participants.
Online
They have
participants.
to be differently.
Chinonso, Micah, they all agree. Cybercrime.
Alright, so the anonymous answer. Please let's go now. Cybercrime,
That's
correct. Okay. Tattoo. It sounds like a language from, Central.
You don't try?
Okay. Oh, someone is that. Please. Women supporting women, I am coming to you.
Audit.
Audit.
I can show the guys online.
All right.
I think audit.
Is it audit?
They all say audits.
Yes.
Audit, and that's correct.
This looks like my
Yeah, I'll
mother's
say
name.
this
but
time.
No, it's not my mother's name. All right. So, any suggestions?
What does it sound like? The first time nobody said it online. No. Our online participants, what's happening? Okay, someone wants to try here.
Ethics.
Ethics.
ethics. Do we agree? Who is in disagreement here? Ethics. Okay, I had ethics. Ethics. Thank you very much. Oh, that's correct. That's
It's
correct.
not Christy.
Okay. Vein toxins.
Vein of toxins. Oh, vein toxins, I beg your pardon.
Vein toxins. Anyone want to try?
Our online participants, hope you are with us.
Wokocha, Victor, Adeni, Agatha, Chinwe, our participant online. Benga. Aha, I think this is the point where we got everybody. Eh? You want to try? Tax evasion. Tax evasion.
Any other suggestion?
Who is in disagreement here?
We need to have like an opposing answer. Or someone with a different view.
A different view.
He has his hand at the back.
Akiola. Aki, do you want to try? Our participant online.
So I think we can make use of the hints here.
Okay.
He has phoned a friend. So let's see. So have a tea. Okay. Let us reveal our answer.
Tax evasion. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for both online and in the room. The only person that got the answer. Well done, Toby. Well done. Well done. Online, someone said axis of evil. Interesting. All right.
What would these be? Password.
Password.
Any
And when it
other
comes to
suggestion?
activation, we didn't hear you. It's fine. Okay.
Let's see what the answer is.
Password.
Password. All right. Thank you, everyone. Again, it was indeed an honor breaking the ice with the 1% of the 1%.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, Chuko,
Thank you again.
We appreciate. I hope we had fun with the icebreaker. I hope we had fun. Yes. Okay, now we're moving on to our third and final panel session for today. And that will be talking on uniting forces against fraud, data sharing, and collaborative regulatory oversight for a more secure ecosystem. And moderating that panel is Michael Chidonu, a manager in the risk regulatory and forensic services in Deloitte, Nigeria. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes onto the stage and invite the other panelists. Round of applause. Looking forward to this panel session.
Amazing. Amazing stuff.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. I want to sit for some seconds and look at everyone. Try to relax. Okay. So before we proceed, I want us to try to have a little fun and talk about why this session is important and why this session is very different. If you look at the panelists that we have for this session, they are all men, as opposed to other sessions. That's one. Two, this session is when we have the moderator as a man and not a woman. The third part, this is the only session. Well, after we finalize all the talking and discussion, you get to go for lunch. Unlike others.
I agree.
So please join us to go on the session.
I agree.
All right. Thank you very much for joining us for this session. Again, my name is Michael Chidonu, and I'm a manager within the risk regulatory and forensic practice in West Africa. And we have a very unique topic that we want to talk about. And
when we talk about this topic, something came to mind, which is trying to see how we can use this symposium to tackle emerging issues that we have currently in West Africa. Now, we all agree that digital connectivity has changed the dynamics of how we operate, how we transact, how we communicate from time to time. The flip side to that is it has also changed how fraudsters operate. Now, in this era that we are, they are more connected, they are more coordinated, and they have a strategy to ensure that as things are changing, they are also evolving to ensure they can carry out their evil deeds. Hence, we talk about how this topic can assist as we see uniting forces against fraud with a beam on data sharing and collaborative regulatory oversight for a more secure ecosystem. Now, without further ado, I would like to bring on board our panelists, and I'll start off with one who has a widely respected public finance and accountability experience and a strong continental voice that speaks on transparency and government institutions. He serves as an Auditor General of the Republic of Liberia, working closely with the legislature to strengthen transparency and oversight over public funds, and is widely represented and recognized for his principal stance on proper use of public resources. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. P. Gaswa A.G. Jackson, Auditor General of the Republic of Liberia.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, please have a seat. Thank you. And the second panelist which we will have for today will be a trusted advisor to the boards and executives on some of the most sensitive corporate and regulatory matters across Africa. And one of the go-to names when you issue high-stakes issues across board is a partner at Olanwoye Ajayi LP, specializing in corporate investigations, governance and regulatory advisory, and is known for bringing in a calm strategic lens to corporate boardroom decisions. Please join me in welcoming Jonathan Adjule, partner at Olanwoye Ajayi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jonathan Adjule. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. And the third panelist, very well, a visionary leader within the risk and regulatory scope in Deloitte. He has helped institutions navigate complex financial crime and governance challenges across West Africa. He leads Deloitte's risk and regulatory and forensic practice in West Africa, supporting banks, telcos, and energy companies to turn data and regulation into practical solutions. With a warm round of applause, please join me again as we welcome on stage our very own Kofi Awuah, partner, West Africa Risk Regulatory and Forensic.
Thank you very much, Kofi. Wow.
Thank you very much. I think without further ado, we'll get into the meat of the day. But as you can all see, all the men sitting on this stage are gentlemen. Good-looking men. Please jam your hands together on sitting. All right. So just to, go straight into it, Kofi, I'll be starting with you. Considering the topic around data sharing and how collaborations across board has become a key issue identified to help resolve a number of challenges coming across through fraudulent activities. I would like to pose a question. Considering your experience across various financial institutions in Africa, what would you consider as the key structural and cultural dynamics that can often hinder meaningful collaborations on fraud prevention?
Thank you so much, and good afternoon.
fellow panelists, and of course our distinguished guests, both online and present here. I think the question you asked, it's a big one, and it's actually one of the major problems why it's difficult tackling financial crime and fraud within our ecosystem. Every organization believes that they exist as an organization within a wider ecosystem, but want to protect information within. Protecting information because they believe that their customer information is their customers' information and cannot just be shared without any legal cause for which they are required to share. And I think there is also the fear of competition. So if I'm a bank A or an institution A, and there is an incident of fraud within my organization that involves customer B or customer C, and I'm obliged to share with other banks to say this is what has happened to me. Perhaps there's been some let me say card fraud going on here. This is the pattern. So you should take note of it and prevent it from happening in your bank. By sharing that, it means I'm exposing the inefficiencies and the control breaches within my organization. And therefore, the other bank I'm sharing with may take it as an advantage over and above with the bank sharing. So again, because of those fear and also the data protection limitations, say, why should I share data? I must be able to share data only when I am compelled to do so by a regulator or by a competent court. So I'm not going to share. So I've been hacked, or perhaps somebody has committed fraud in my environment. I'll deal with it internally and just keep my mouth shut. What you also fall victim of it, well, that is your craft, that's your position. So culturally, that is one of the fear of competition, getting information, and also the breach of data requirements in terms of the data privacy laws within organizations. Now, the other side from a structural point of view is, even if I'm willing to share, how much information can I share that does not necessarily lead to a breach in data privacy because of the structure? When banks set up, each bank sets up as an entity. Most often than not, the regulation to, help mitigate this risk of, data privacy or perhaps even fraud risk within the organization came after the banks have been set up. So my business processes was not taught by way of saying, let me set up to comply with those regulations, because those regulations came later and we just have to fine tune. So my data quality, how much data can I share? I may not even have those enough data. And when I decide to share, that exposes me to data breach. So then banks then decide, okay, I'm going to sit on it and watch carefully, except when I'm compelled, then I'll do so. So those are some of the challenges and the fear from the customer's reaction. If I do share, and I think the other panelists had mentioned this, if I do share and a customer comes challenging me with lawsuits, what do I do? So these are some of the inherent challenges why institutions do not like volunteering information until they are compelled to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kofi. I think one thing that stood out for me is the fear of sharing sensitive data and not willing to also expose potential inefficiencies within their respective systems. Moving ahead, A.D. Jackson, from a public sector's fair, right? What would you consider as key impediments preventing government ministries, departments, and agencies from sharing information and responding collectively to the risk of fraud?
So thank you very much, Michael, for the question, and good afternoon to all of you. Greetings from Liberia, and it's a pleasure to be here in home, Lagos, Nigeria as well. I will speak particularly from my experience, and I think a number of words have been echoed during the different panel discussions. To top transparency and accountability And so sitting right on top of difficulty relative to sharing of information in public sector has to do with accountability and transparency of key actors. So during the performance of our audit, for example, there are some individuals at different government ministries and agencies who will have the tendency of reneging on sharing of information because of fear that our audit will expose some of the wrongdoings that are being performed at these government ministries and agencies. And then a number of the other panelists also mentioned that you can have the best systems. You can have also the best regulatory framework in place. If you do not have trusted people who are willing to run the system effectively, sharing information will be a problem. But then there are two other areas that I also want to talk about. If the relevant infrastructure is not in place to facilitate timely sharing of documents, it also becomes a problem as well. And I would like to classify that into three major categories based on my experience, particularly during my early years as Auditor General. So the first thing is that most government ministries and agencies in Liberia that I identified have very inadequate filing or archiving system in place. So you will see that as at the time of the performance of the transaction, either processing of expenditure or receipt of revenue, the relevant documentation will be put in place as and when the transaction is being performed. But because of very poor filing system, inadequate archiving system, if an audit or a post-investigation is due to be performed within a couple of months or within a year, those documents will not be made available for audit purposes. And then even in instances where the adequate filing is put in place, because audits in public sector may not be done on an annual basis because of the number of audits we have to perform, for example, at the General Auditing Commission. I have an audit population of over 300 auditees, and I have only 300 staff to perform all of those audits. So of course, we may not be in the position to perform audits on an annual basis. The retaining of these documents are usually a problem. So in instances where the document was even initially filed, because these documents were not automated, then it makes it difficult to make these documents available for audit purposes. And then the third challenge I have discovered under the inadequate infrastructure, of course, is the absence of interfacing of a number of government systems in Liberia. So the most one that is accessible currently in Liberia is the IFMIS, the Integrated Financial Management Information System. So I can even sit on my phone right now and access a number of these information. And it has really helped us during the planning of our audits, where before I even receive financial statements from government actors, I can get as much information as possible to aid me in the planning of my audits. And then as and when I receive the financial statements, I can corroborate some of these information to what I have seen in the IFMIS. So that inadequate infrastructure has prevented such that when documents are not filed adequately, documents are not automated or systems are not interfaced, then it makes it difficult to share those information. But then also you need the relevant legal and regulatory framework in place. And fortunately, in Liberia, we have some very good legal and regulatory framework. The first, which has to do with the General Auditing Commission Act of 2014, which is the legal framework that supplements the mandate of the Office of the Auditor General that is carved in our Constitution. So according to the General Auditing Commission Act of 2014, every public official has that mandate to make all information available to the Office of the Auditor General for audit purposes. And within the confines of the law, there is no information that should be seen as confidential or classified in the eyes of the Auditor General. So it means that we can audit every single public entity, and that has really helped us in the process to have as much information as possible. And then the other one, of course, is the Freedom of Information Act, which has become very popular in recent time as well. But like I indicated from the beginning, you need major actors who have transparency and accountability mindset and the political will to ensure that in instances where individuals fail to make documents available, those who are in charge with exercising punitive action against non-compliance public officials are active. And unfortunately, during my tenure as Auditor General, which has been a little over 4 years now, there were 2 instances where public officials initially relied on making information available for audit purposes. In one instance, I contacted the legislature and issued a letter of non-cooperation to the legislature. Immediately after that, our parliament, which we call legislature in Nigeria, was able to intervene and have the auditees make the information available. The other instance, of course, I contacted the chairman of the board of directors, who was the current attorney general, and he was able to also intervene in showing that those information were made available. So those are the structural and legal and regulatory challenges. But hopefully in Liberia, luckily for us in Liberia, we have in place the relevant framework to ensure that we receive this information on time for audit purposes.
Thank you very much. I think one key takeaway is absence of proper documentation, absence of automation, and many infrastructures not speaking to each other. Moving on to Jonathan. Using a legal lens, what would you consider as the most significant constraints that limit cooperations between regulators, enforcement bodies, and financial institutions?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. So I'm speaking as a lawyer, right, this afternoon, and also based on my experience in this space. So what are the constraining factors? Why do we have the lack of coordinated and concerted effort amongst regulators or between regulator and the financial institution? It just goes to the makeup. Now let me look at it from the first perspective, as between the regulator and the financial institution. Now there is this lack of trust, right, as between the regulator and the financial institution. So typically the regulator views financial institutions as overly protective of their clients, overly protective of business interest of their client, and I think that point was made by Kofi. So there is that perception that the financial institutions have access to the clients or customers' data, want to sit on that data because they're the prized asset possession the customer. Now, the financial institution, on the other hand, views the regulator as being very high-handed, without due regard to regulatory requirements, with procedural formalities and the likes. And so there is that tension, right? And that tension is not just one based on perception, it's actually born out of the structural difference between the set of between the regulator and the financial institution. Now, the regulator, by law and mandate, are meant to detect financial crimes, fraud, investigate, and prosecute. Right, so that's what I said to do. So they will go out to try to seek the relevant data or information to support their prosecutorial adventure.
right? On the other hand, the financial institutions want to ensure that things are done properly, and so they are very, very, key on ensuring compliance with the law. So there's compliance and ensuring that everything is done according to law. Because if they get it wrong, there may be an action against the bank or the financial institution concerned, right? If those data have not been released or disclosed in accordance with the law. So that is where you have the issue, the tension between regulators on the one hand and financial institutions on the other hand. Now, as the two regulators, and I'm dealing with an issue that just came up a few days ago, I think Friday to be specific. In this part, we have regulators who try to preserve or maintain their territory, right? Their regulatory turf. And so you find regulators grandstanding and say, okay, this is my turf. And so you begin to see that lack of coordination, partnership between regulators, right? Who are both answerable, to the federal government. I'm dealing with a case right now that just came to me, where the FCCPC, the National Regulator of Competition Antitrust Matter, is investigating a client. And, the subject matter of investigation cuts across quite a broad range of subject matter, right, from tax, companies, law, insurance law and the likes, right? And so it has sat in judgment over matters that are outside this regulatory purview. And in its findings, has gone ahead to indict a regulator, right, who is actually the primary regulator of that particular company, to suggest some collusion as between the regulator and the client, right? And that issued fines as much as $250 million, right? Is that not? And so there's no suggestion that that other regulator should maintain legal action against the FCCPC. These are two regulators funded by the same government, to whom they're answerable. So you just begin to see some of this. And unfortunately, the law has not really helped that much, because as far as competition law is concerned, we have the national regulator, right? And it did say that every other sector regulator is subordinate to the competition regulator, say for the CBN, eventually the CBN Act, which takes competition matter over financial institutions, the remit of the CBN. Every other sector regulator is subordinate. But again, it touches on competition. And so when you have tax matters, right, you have the SRS in charge of them. Insurance matter, you have the ICOM. So when you begin to have this, so that's an issue we're currently dealing with, and so one has to be very careful in ensuring that the regulators are properly guided. The financial institutions are also properly guided, right? Because again, you can't sit on the information and just say, because you want to be careful, you are trying to ensure that the risk is properly managed, because again, the laws that we have today allows you to disclose if it's in furtherance of criminal offense and the likes, right? So those are some of the issues I think that we need to pay particular attention to.
Thank you very much. I think, and I always like to talk about the key takeaways after listening to each of the panelists is, something is recurring, which is the absence of trust within institutions, within regulators, and there is an important need for us to, tackle this absence of trust with having a number of symposiums like this, having to discuss from time to time how we can work collectively. Moving on to the next session, and I think I find this next session quite interesting, because it's more about talking about the practical things that have happened and success stories where collaborations have happened. And I'll take on with Kofi first. Looking at the risk-based supervision, where have you seen it meaningfully strengthen early detection of systemic fraud risk? And what are practical lessons that stand out from those experiences?
Thank you.
I'm just going to use a case study in Ghana. So hitherto, I know even in Nigeria, we had issues with the insurance business where there was huge insurance fraud, from low premium, low cover, to even issues around falsifying of insurance documents. And we had that in Ghana, especially within the motor vehicle licensing space, because when you needed to license a vehicle, you went, as a user, you'll be required to go to the DVLA, which is to register the car. Now, post-registration, you needed a license, either a comprehensive, a third-party insurance, which were routed through the insurance companies. And over time, whilst people were paying the insurance through the brokers or agents, those money never found its way back to the insurance company. And there were stickers that were supposed to be given to the vehicle owners that should indicate ordinarily that this car has been insured and therefore also has been given the roadworthy to drive on the street. And so when the police stopped some of these vehicles and decided to pick on the code, the insurance code, to check, majority or quite a number of those insurance stickers were fake. Fake, what does it mean? Some people had created business of printing or producing fake stickers and selling to drivers. So if you were going to go to the insurance company and you pay, say, 50, 100,000 to get a proper cover, you pay me 30,000 and I can give you something you use that seemingly make it look like you are covered, and then the policeman sees you. So the NIC had to think about what did they need to do. So there was an integrated system, and it's very important for us to take note of this. The integrated system right from the DVLA, because when a vehicle comes, you need to register. It goes to the DVLA. And for me, at the moment, I'm thinking there should be a fourth layer, which is from the customs. When the vehicle ships in from the customs, you pay the duty, the vehicle information is keyed into the system, and then it goes to DVLA, you register the vehicle. The DVLA should have access, and which is what there's last layer, but the DVLA should have access to the customs information to see, has this vehicle been properly cleared from the port? Has the necessary duty, taxes been paid? And then the DVLA registers it. Now from the DVLA, you go to the insurance, you want to take insurance cover. There is a database of all the vehicles that have gone through the DVLA. So the insurance companies do not issue stickers from their own internal system. There is an integrated insurance management system controlled by the NIC, but the difference is that for every insurance company licensed by the NIC, they have a unique code. So if I'm insurance A, insurance B, insurance D, and I sell the insurance product, I generate the sticker from that database, from that system, that ensures that I am generating a genuine insurance and creating a genuine insurance business through that system, and also generating the right sticker from the system. So that if the vehicle is stopped or you want to check, even with a short code, SSD, just type start this, and just click, put the vehicle number. It shows you whether that vehicle has been duly licensed or not. And that was very innovative. And it came as a result of collaboration from the NIC, which is the regulator, the Motor Vehicle Authority. Again, there is a ministry, the Ministry of Transport. There's a desk or agency within the Ministry of Transport, and the DVLA. So you can see it's like a tripartite kind of what do you call it, collaboration. And that has yielded significantly. Insurance perspective, I wouldn't say 100%, but it is nearly impossible to commit insurance fraud along those lines because you'll be caught. You try it, you'll be caught because there are processes for which you try. And I think that is a very useful one for which we all must learn. And I think in recent time, from what we've seen, again, back to the beyond banking sector, the Interpol also has a collaboration with the AU community on how to deal with financial crime. And that is working. There's been a lot of commitment. Even ADB is putting funds into it. And that collaboration goes beyond just how do we tackle it to how do we also empower the law enforcement agents, including banks, because it's very sophisticated that if people are not empowered to understand the patterns and process for which some of these illicit funds or these frauds are committed, it's difficult for one to tackle it. So we've seen those collaborations and it's really yielding fruit. I mean, in 2023 alone, there were about 100 accounts, 100 suspected accounts that were dealt with, and across board, almost about, I think, about 240 million USD that was involved. And the Interpol had to work with the agency in Africa to say, let's work on ensuring that we stop and curb this. And I think it's yielding fruit. One major problem which I would state here, which has significantly impacted the fight against financial crime, is political will. Political will, and it's one of the big problems. There are instances where the kingpins have been identified by Interpol, and they need to go in and take care of that. You need the local agency. But if the individuals involved are being protected or shielded, so those have been some of the allegations, those people are shielded by the government forces, and it makes it difficult, or sometimes even the security agents in those local countries, they feed the information to those because they benefit from it, and it makes it difficult. So that is a problem. But again, generally, we've seen those collaboration working, but I think we need to encourage more of that, and we need to ensure that indeed the goodwill is there, and people, especially our agencies and government, shows that political goodwill to ensuring that when people are identified, they are not shielded and they are given opportunity to be picked so that we can claim financial crime. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kofi. We can't stop to show more echo, give a loud echo to the importance of collaboration. Listening to that experience, one thing stood out for me. That collaboration brought about a customized solution. And that customized solution brought about a value proposition that can help multiple agencies to stop fraud, right? To identify fraud instantly, not as a form of a reactive approach. Having said that, moving on to the next question, and I'll pose that to A.G. Jackson. Audit findings, I mean, we have a number of internal auditors in their house, online, and fraud investigators, forensic audit experts. Audit findings often reveals deeper structural issues. But in your experience, where have you seen instances where audit outcomes successfully drove reforms and enhanced accountability within public institutions?
So I've been Auditor General, like I indicated, for a little over 4 years now, and I've done over 300 plus audits. And if I start to name all of the audit findings, or all of the audit reports that have made impact in Liberia, we'll probably be here for the next 2 to 3 days. But I will try to pick a few of the very essential ones. But before I even go into those practical experiences, the first thing I want to say is that all auditors, irrespective of internal auditors, external auditors, public sector auditors, or private sector auditors, we should craft our audit recommendations in such a way that it's comprehensive, it's practical, and they are easy to implement as well. If the audit recommendations are comprehensively documented, definitely, if they are implemented, those audit recommendations can make very huge impacts. Impact in building a robust risk assessment process, impact in adding efficiency to operational processes, impact in adding regulatory compliance, and prevention against misappropriation and fraud, both in public and private sectors. So, for example, I will speak about briefly three of the audits we performed. In 2022, we performed this national comprehensive payroll audit in Liberia. That audit was it was given rise to the fact that major actors in Liberia, Ministry of Finance and Development Planning, ourselves at the General Auditing Commission, which is the National Audit Office, and major donor partners in the country thought that the wage bill of the country was increasing at an astronomical rate. And at some point in time, the total personnel cost of the country was almost 60% of the total national budget. And it became a major concern in Liberia. So the World Bank approached myself, the Auditor General, and decided to sponsor a conduct of a comprehensive audit. And I would just like to borrow from a statement made by the female panelist on the first section, who was sitting exactly in the seat. You see that I'm not a Nigerian, so I don't want to risk calling the lady before I say something out of place. But she made a very interesting point, and the point was that before systems are built, even before comprehensive audits are performed, it is very important to perform risk assessment, comprehensive risk assessment, to be able to fully understand where the key risks are and how you can design systems to be able to identify those risks, but to mitigate the risks in an acceptable level. So what we did at the General Auditing Commission was to firstly perform a comprehensive risk assessment with our payroll processing system. And what we realized that we needed data analytics to be able to perform a comprehensive audit, because an audit of that nature requires merging and analysis of several data. We did not have the internal competencies within the General Auditing Commission. So we reached out to a programmer in Ghana that was recommended to us by the National Audit Office of Ghana. They have also performed similar audits, and there was this particular program that they used, and that programmer was recommended, highly recommended to us. And this was what we did. We merged a number of data sets. The national payroll was in a single data set. We utilized the Social Security database and the National Identification database, and we kind of performed data analytics. I will not go into the details because, of course, I'm not an IT personnel, not an IT auditor, but several different queries were raised against the system. A number of queries. One, we wanted to know who are those who were earning above the national harmonized pay grade, because as the wage bills were also going up, the government instituted a national salary structure, if I should put it that way. So one of the queries that was raised was, who are those earning above? And then also, the programmer helped us to build a system that aided in performing a comprehensive hair count exercise across the country, wherein a public, a civil servant could just appear in front of the audit staff and give your social security number or your national identification number, and all of your data will pop up right before the auditor. So actually basic questions like, what is your name, where are you working, when did you start working with this entity, etc. And when we ran all of these query against the data set, a number of major findings came up. One of those findings was that over several thousands persons were earning above the national wage bill, amounting to about 581,000 on a monthly basis, which when you multiply by 12, about $6.9 million was being expended from people earning above the wage bill. Because we were also able to perform this very comprehensive headcount exercise, we found out that almost 10,000 civil servants who were on the payroll, appearing to be legitimate employees of government, were nowhere to be found. We even gave grace period and performed a subsequent headcount, and those individuals were nowhere to be found as well. Another analytics we ran was to look at mobile money payment, because mobile money payments were introduced as part of the disbursement of the wage bill, and then we found out that several of those mobile money numbers did not even belong to individuals who were being through that. And when we investigated that, we found out that there were even people in the system who knew those mobile money numbers. There were several cases of duplication that we also discovered where somebody name appeared on the payroll about 8 different times, sometimes even with different salaries and under different payroll schemes. But the most important thing I learned from that is, and that's what I said from the beginning, irrespective of how quality the audit is and how well crafted the audit recommendations are, if those recommendations are not implemented, it is as good as not performing the audit at all. And we had a new Director General of the Civil Service Agency that had just been appointed, and he took on the audit report and expedited the implementation of the audit recommendation, saving the government of millions of dollars. The second one I want to talk about is a recent audit that we performed on domestic debt, and that should be an eye-opening for some of the folks here in public sector. Payroll, domestic debt, procurement processes are some of the very key areas that I learned a new word today, bad actors, a new phrase, bad actors. Bad actors used to perpetrate fraud within the system. We recently performed a domestic debt audit where we disqualified about $704 million United States dollars worth of domestic debt claims. The database was very huge. There were a number of persons who had claimed that government owed them. The Ministry of Finance and other major actors in government also decided that it was time for us to perform an audit. And then when we performed this audit, we found out that supporting documents for a number of these claims were not available. And that made recently headways in Liberia as well. And we're also looking to the Ministry of Finance to expedite the implementation of the recommendation. But the last one I want to also talk about is the evaluation of payment systems. We did an audit of the Central Bank of Liberia in 2024. We could not perform a comprehensive audit looking at the 3 major functions of the central bank, which is basically price stability, economic stability, and financial stability. So we decided to stick the audit to a compliance audit where we look at the safety and soundness of payment systems. And we found a number of irregularities during that process, where checks were raised in the name of individuals between the range of $500,000 to $3.5 million for payment for supply of goods and services, which was completely non-compliant with our public financial management law. Individuals who perform services for government should be paid through the name of their businesses. And when we use analytics to run all of the various payments that were performed, we identify a number of these frauds. And what that audit has done is that it has put in place a comprehensive system restructuring at the central bank. Unfortunately, the governor had governor and a deputy governor had to be forced to resign, which was not the intent of the audit, but I think the most important thing is that system reforms have been instituted at the central bank, and we're looking forward to more safe and sound payment systems.
Thank you very much. So I would agree that the part around recommendation, crafting a detailed recommendation that is fit for purpose is crucial for everyone playing within this space. A number of times when we see findings and then we tell businesses these are the issues, but I think in recommending what is practicable and what is strategic going forward is one key area that everyone within the risk management space needs to pay attention to. And in doing that, it boils down around performing the proper root cause analysis. Because before you can recommend, you need to also understand what exactly is the root cause. Hence, you are then able to move forward. Then the other part which I will take away from A.G. Jackson is being able to have that open mind to run multiple test ideas. I listened to some of the test ideas which A.G. Jackson had mentioned. There were test ideas to identify identity fraud cases. There were test ideas to identify misrepresentations or ghost representations of employees across board. These things happen because you span your tentacles not just within the numbers, but trying to see how test ideas can help to assess your controls. And I think that's a very good one, which is spot on. Moving on from there to Jonathan. This question I would like to bring some light around it, which I think it has been a burden issue across board. And I would like us to really pay attention to this part as well. In cases where interagencies or cross-section collaboration has worked effectively, what legal or regulatory conditions enabled that success? And what can we take away from those experiences?
Okay, thank you. So I think a key point to make here, or the key example I would like to make, is that of the Central Bank of Nigeria. You need collaborative regulatory oversight by financial institutions. So as some of us in the room may be aware, in the banking sector we have the old school regulation, right? Now this was born out of the previous position where we had universal banking, and there was a lot of contractual effects with a bank doing almost everything, right? And so it came to the point where, the senior governor at the time had to say, please, the bank is a very sensitive industry, right? They would deposit those funds, and so banks should only focus on banking business, right? And if you want to do other kind of businesses, then you need to set up a holding company structure. And we've seen effective collaboration work at that level, right? Because even though you have other companies doing non-banking business, but because they sit within the CBN regulated umbrella, right? Because in the first place, CBN is the entity that gives license to operate that structure, but there are other non-banking, affiliates or subsidiaries within the group. And so what we're saying, which the law provides for, is some joint oversight, right, between the key regulators, which is the central bank, and other sector regulators. So you have a holding company structure where you have insurance company operates as part of the holding company, pension funds, you have the consumer lending, all of that within the structure. So what we're saying is the CBN having that coordinated partnership, right, with these other regulators, And the idea is to ensure that, some malfeasance or fraud or whatever you call it in one of the subsidiaries or affiliate does not have a contagion effect on the banking subsidiary, which is the key focus or interest of the key regulator, the Central Bank of Nigeria. So we've seen that worked well, and that has also been extended to subsidiaries outside of the country, right? So you have banking subsidiaries setting up operations across Africa. And what the law provides for, again, I want to also see some success out of it, is the CBN regulator entering into some joint MOU with the foreign country regulator, the banking regulator of the foreign country, to have some joint supervision, because CBN on its own, because this law territorial, right, cannot have an extraterritorial regulatory oversight over that other entity, right, offshore. But because that entity offshore is a subsidiary of the Nigerian bank, right, CBN is also very aware and protective of depositors' funds, so that any bad decision, fraudulent activity there doesn't have a negative impact on the depositors. So we've seen that worked quite well. And again, I think the CBN is just the entity that keeps coming up, because with the enactment of our data protection laws, right, which is fairly recent, or just 2023, also seen the CBN being the key regulator coming out, and that was just done a year ago, where it issued a notice, right, data privacy notice, committing to align its data processing activities with that of the data privacy regulator, which is the National Data Privacy Commission, right? And so again, that is some alignment of what I just a commitment. We expect more to be done when there's actual partnership between the CBN and the data, privacy commission itself, right? Because the CBN sits over or has oversight over the financial institutions, right? And so it's very useful that there is that collaboration between the central bank and the data privacy regulator, right, to ensure that our customers' data are appropriately managed. And we believe this can have, very positive effects in protecting and uncovering financial crime. We've seen this done, there is the joint anti-money laundering body in the UK, that has this partnership with the National Crime Agency, and that has helped to uncover anti-money laundering activities that have significant success, right? We also have another one where there is a direct partnership between the crime agency and 7 major banks in the UK, right, for sharing of data, of course, within the bounds of the law. So what is very key is the legal framework, right, which allows that sort of collaboration and joint oversight. As I mentioned, our data privacy law is relatively recent, 2023, but a year after, we've seen the CBN, taking concerted effort steps to ensure that partnership, that collaboration, right, with the data privacy regulator towards uncovering financial crimes.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. I think it's clear we have, a number of joint stance framework that is existing. I think one of the key campaigns is to, see how much or how far we can have more of those frameworks to enable better collaboration and then help to tackle fraud from a broader perspective. Now, before we go on to the last rounds of questions, for the audience online, please feel free to send in your questions. And the host around will pass it on, and then we're able to ask after this session. But before we go ahead, please, I'm always a man supporting men all the time. Please, November 19 is International Men's Day. For all the men in the house, please jam your hands together. Let us support ourselves. You are really doing a good job. In Nigeria and across Africa, to be a man is not a day's job. So please, again, jam your hands together for yourselves. Ladies, support us. Thank you very much. So, before we go into the final session, Kofi, the key takeaway from the two questions which you had answered, the border around building trusts and the border around having proper collaboration supports to support a sustainable approach in tackling fraud. Now, the question which I would then ask is, from your span of experience across board, what would you consider as a working risk management framework that can help to bring about a better collaboration and then going forward assist in tackling fraud from a coordinated approach?
Thank you so much. I think a very effective risk management framework would be what I would call inter-regulatory consultative governance framework. What does that mean? And every panelist have talked about collaboration, they need to collaborate. But how do we collaborate? When do we collaborate? Who has certain right and responsibility? And over what within the ecosystem? So Jonathan mentioned CBN. CBN regulates the bank. Perhaps the NIC regulates the insurance company, and then you have SEC and so on. Now, if there are issues around the need to collaborate and we need data, who would say, for example, we have to apply my regulation because my regulation is superior to yours? And I think that is always where the problem starts. Because one assumes I'm big, and therefore my regulation should supersede yours, and therefore I would have to impose that on you. The smaller regulator will tell you, wait a minute, the same act that set you up, I also have an act that set me up. Forget about my size, I'm also a regulator. And then that creates internal conflict. And so there has to be that concerted effort. And this has to be coordinated beyond those, regulators alone. The regulators are there to regulate the industries, but they also do that on behalf of government. And so the government, and if it is the Ministry of Finance or whichever ministry that coordinates that, must make sure that happens. And there has to be a proper framework. In some jurisdictions, there are usually what we typically would call an independent agency that sits outside of those regulations where there are instances of conflicting views. They go to that independent agency who does more or less like the mediation and advising on what needs to happen and how do we apply the regulation across board in order to ensure that we tackle the matter at hand, but doing so not undermining the powers of any of those regulations. Because at the end of the day, there is something we want to deal with. What are we dealing with? That big elephant is in the room is financial crime. We want to tackle financial crime. So how do we tackle financial crime without necessarily stepping on each other's, powers and of course your regulatory turf? So that needs to happen, and that needs to be a concerted effort, and the governance framework needs to be built. And that governance framework needs to be respected. It needs to be respected. Now, internally, whilst we are waiting for that to happen, internally as individual organizations, we also need to look inward and say, how do I manage potential collaborations and even as an internal organization? We'll take for example, and I think the other panelists talked about where a court order came in addressed to the MD. It went to a mailing box, and from there, MD's office, MD looks at it and say, oh, perhaps this is for compliance. Compliance looks at the compliance, they say, oh, this is borders about, I mean, with a branch, maybe in Ikeja or something, maybe I need information from the branch manager. And then internally, the moment you are going back and forth, one, time is of essence, and you don't control time. And at the end of the day, you may miss out the opportunity of tackling the financial crime in a timeous manner. Because the most important thing is that if you don't do that now, the money is gone. You will end up using good money to chase bad money. So how do we do so? We must have an internal risk management framework that helps us. And there are so many frameworks that you can borrow. You want to use the ISO 37003, 37002. But one key thing is that you must risk assess your internal business processes. Identify where the bottlenecks are internally. When you identify that, also do an assessment of what are the business processes that are highly susceptible to fraud and financial crime by extension. What do I have to do in dealing with them? What internal governance process do I put in place for information sharing, accountability, and responsibility as well within the organization? So that in case it does happen, somebody is not guessing, what do I do? Because that's the problem. If somebody is saying, who does, oh, this has happened, then the question is, so who's responsible for it? Well, I don't know. Or I think it's compliance. I think it's financial crime. I think is this. You cannot be thinking at that point in time, because when you are thinking, the man who has taken your money is chopping your money whilst you are thinking. You don't want to be thinking, you want to be acting. So internally, we need to do that. And when we do that, we also need to consciously, on a regular basis, test what we have assessed, because things keep changing. You see, one problem I have with a lot of our institutions is when you go and ask them for these things, they will tell you they have it. But when you pick it and evaluate the relevance of what they have to the, the current processes and the current situation, you see that is totally off. Maybe somebody even took a template from organization A and applied it to organization C. They are not even in the same sector. Sometimes you even see some of the information copy and paste, but they did not pay special. You still see the name of the organization in there. You see that, we see it always. And so the situation changes. So please, it is important. Now I'm saying this because whilst we wait for the regulatory corporations or governance framework, internally we have problems. That's where the problem starts from. If we don't deal with our internal situations, it will be difficult that even if you have the government, regulatory framework in place, you cannot even give them what they need within the right time, because you are not, proactive, you are reactive, and at the same time doing firefighting. Thank you so much.
Thank you much. I think that's pretty clear in terms of the message, ensuring that interagencies and relative agencies working together respect their own laws and regulations amongst themselves. And one other thing for me that stood out was the part around performing risk assessments, but it doesn't stop there. Doing the proper mapping of the owners of the risk identified to ensure proper accountability. That helps us, that would position us to be prepared at any time these risks are identified, so we can tackle it accordingly. Moving on from there, A.G. Jackson, if you were to champion one strategic reform to strengthen Liberia's public financial management framework against fraud, what reform would you prioritize and why?
So I will come to the main one in just a minute. But let me just talk about something that we instituted at the General Auditing Commission, which was to organize an independent follow-up the implementation of our recommendations. For a number of reasons, we were publishing hundreds of reports. Our public accounts committee of Parliament then we're now holding sufficient number of public hearings on those reports to send recommendation reports to the president for implementation. And so we thought to ourselves that, look, if we do nothing about expediting the implementation of our audit recommendations, then it will come to some point where we are doing these audits and they are not making the required impact. And so we instituted a department at the General Auditing Commission called Follow Up on the Implementation of Audit Recommendations. We utilize a number of databases and some key instruments. So for example, there's this one database referred to as the Audit Recommendation Tracker, which is specific to all of our auditees. So every single auditee has an Audit Recommendation Tracker. We have this set of documents what we call a corrective action plan, where we comprehensively catalog all of the activities that are needed to be implemented to expedite the implementation of audit recommendations. We use customized working papers to assess the implementation of those recommendations. And then at the end of the day, we classify audit recommendations at the end of the year as either fully implemented, partially implemented, not implemented, or not implemented due to budgetary support, to give that distinction between the lack of political will on the part of the auditee compared to the lack of resources. Because of course, as you may know, there are some audit recommendations that will require resources to be implemented. And that has really added value to the audit process. And people see us in many different ways now, where they don't see auditors as only people who issue audit findings or exceptional reports on them, but we are also adding value to the system. Now we want to get to the point where we automate that particular database so that the Minister of Finance has a mandate to ensure that those auditees who are not expediting the implementation of audit recommendation are sanctioned through withholding of their salaries. And the Minister of Finance tells me that, look, A.G. Jackson, I want to actually implement this particular mandate, but I do not have real-time information as to who are those that are implementing your recommendations and who are not. The Internal Audit Agency also, we want to help empower their preventive mechanism to ensure that those key risks that they did not identify during the course of the performance of their audits, our post-audit can bring those issues up and those recommendations can be readily available so that what they were not able to see in the execution of their daily works, they can be able to follow up on the implementation of those recommendations as well. And then also the auditees, we want them to have real-time appreciation about how much progress they are making relative to the implementation of their audit recommendations. So we want to automate that particular database, and that is something that we are trying to do either before this year end or maybe in the first quarter of next year. But then the major reform I would like to see is where we can end the culture of impunity in Liberia, because we have a number of very good laws and regulations and systems in place. During the presidency of former President Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, who was our first female and only female president, there were a number of very good laws crafted. Governance system improved significantly, but we still suffer in Liberia because of lack of impunity. The Auditor General issues hundreds of reports. In a number of those reports, public officials are to be held accountable for their misappropriation over the use of public resources or inadequate discharge of their duties. Those reports go to the National Legislature, the Public Accounts Committee should hold public hearing on those reports and send recommendation reports to the President for implementation. And the law even says that if the President fails to act, Parliament can even seize matter into their own hands. There is another avenue in the law that says that the President can also take the Auditor General and forward it directly to the Ministry of Justice so that prosecution can be done on public officials who are deemed to have committed misappropriation of public funds. And there is a third avenue through our Nigeria Anti-Corruption Commission, where the Nigeria Anti-Corruption Commission can pick up the Auditor General report, perform investigation to determine the merits of corruption, prosecute those officials. And with all of those framework in place, there are better times where I cannot even come to 5, where public officials have been either prosecuted and imprisoned for misuse of public resources, or where there are at least 5 instances where people are able to restitute funds that were misappropriated. So, Marco, to answer the question, number 1, I want to see an end of this culture of impunity, because as Auditor General, my primary mandate is to ensure that transparency and accountability is exercised over the use of public funds so that the ordinary citizens can benefit from the output of public resources or public services. And if people are continuing to work impunity for committing financial crimes, that will be a big hindrance to my mandate as Auditor General. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll agree that the 2 key takeaways from this is, 1, a strong message to all auditors and all forensic experts in the house. It doesn't end at giving those recommendations. Performing a detailed follow-up, adequate follow-up to ensure that what you've recommended has been implemented and has been implemented adequately. And then the second is to end the culture of impunity. The absence of consequence management will not foster discipline across each of the agencies and the public institutions. So I think this is a strong and clear message across board. I mean, taking it on to the last question, Jonathan, looking at it, what practical steps can courts and prosecutors take to better handle digital evidence, AI-generated records, and increasing trend of cross-border financial crime?
Thank you. I think a good way to end this discourse. Because truth be told, where you've done all your fact finding, you've exhumed the relevant data, and then you bring them before the court, right, to establish a case of fraud against the accused. And the prosecutor is unable to properly marshal out the argument because of lack of understanding of intricacies involved, right, in dealing with digital evidence, or the court doesn't seem to even understand or fully appreciate all of that. A case is not made against the accuser. So you find many, out there find this clamor for, oh, but this person was, or this person did that, it was in government and they ate and so on. You have all of that complaint, but somehow the adjudication process is not done in such a way as to ground a case for conviction, right? And then you have the public saying, oh, perhaps the judge was bribed and the likes. But the truth is that the prosecutor didn't do its job very well because of a lack of clear understanding and appreciation of the legal intricacies involved in this sort of very complicated evidence gathering process involving digital evidence. Now, coming back home to Nigeria, just only 2 years ago, we had an Evidence Act amended, right? One would wonder that digital evidence has been around for a while. How come Nigeria only just had the Evidence Act amended to allow for the admissibility of electronically generated evidence, right? But anyways, that has been done, some good step in the right direction. And also, currently, there is before
the National Assembly, what is known as the National Digital Economy and E-Governance Bill of 2024, to also assist with enhancing and improving the use of digital technology and other AI-generated evidence. So that's the law or a bill currently before the National Assembly. It deals with quite a bit of digital-related evidence, e-transactions, e-contracts, e-stamps, and the e-signatures and the like. So these are some of the steps that have been taken at the legislature level. But the truth is that our court still requires some learning to do in that space because it's relatively new. The prosecutors are trying to understand and get a full grasp of these, as well as the judges. The laws as we have them today need some updating, right? But before then, what we think the judges, the courts can do, right? We have more advanced jurisdictions, who have better experiences and experience handling things. So what to expect is that the courts, should, rely on best practices, right? Global best practices, to see how digital evidence, is treated, right, in the court scenario, right, towards adjudicating cases efficiently. So we think that is very, very important. AI generated evidence, we know the court is also a bit slow, and the legal community generally are a bit reluctant because there is this pushback that AI is almost going to do the work of lawyers. Perhaps apart from coming to court, right? Every other aspect of legal advisory services cannot be done by AI. But the truth again is that there have been cases of reliability issues, right, with those. Because we've had cases where lawyers have come to court relying on AI. So it turns out that perhaps those cases are not even in existence, right? And so there is that resistance, right, from the courts and lawyers alike in embracing AI. But the truth must be told. AI is a disruptor, right? And whether now or later, it will disrupt the market. And so it's very useful for the court, to order trainings, right, for judges to truly appreciate and understand AI, blockchain, those schemes that criminals use in concealing their fraudulent activities, right? So training is very, very important. And we've seen that happen. I remember when we drafted, the law firm I work with drafted the Ancon Act. That was the first time we had a law of that nature, right? Where you have what you call a bad company taking over the bad loans, assets, or banks, right? It was new because we had to borrow it from very cost Singapore. And the law was enacted, and there had to be some learning. And so we had to undertake trainings across the country of judges because there's no use, being presented or faced with these cases and you're not able to truly interpret or, give the decision that, would align with the intention of the law. So that we did was a very vigorous effort in training judges in the country. Now, even our competition law that is relatively also recent, we've also taken some steps in training judges to also understand the competition landscape. And so we think that is something that will need to be done to have training sessions for judges because these cases ultimately come before them so that they're able to fully appreciate how digital evidence work and how this because on the face of it, you may not be able to establish that indeed there's of crime offense, but with proper understanding of how the schemes work with the aid of technology, right? The judge is properly equipped to be able to, decisively give a decision that aligns with the intent of the law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. I think it's clear two key message. It's important for us to make some refinements to the provisions of the law, so it can align with emerging risk and emerging technology. And then the other part is to ensure that we have consistent training within the legal system, so as well to make sure they can catch up with the trend of emerging technology across board. I'd like to say a big thank you to all our panelists, from A.J. Jackson to Jonathan and our very own Kofi, for your time, for your comments, and for your enlightenment. The insights are pretty clear and they are straight to the point. And one thing that is also unique again, just this panel only, we don't have any question. Thank you so much, and we're really appreciative of your time. And now I've been notified. There's something unique again. Take a guess. Look at everyone sitting. All on striped suits. Please join your hands together. Thank you very much. And without further ado, I'll pass on the mic to the co-hosts so we can present the awards accordingly. So we start by very own Kofi. Thank you. A.J. Jackson. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And finally, Jonathan Aloju. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Hosts, please, before you proceed, let us agree that after this session, we are not hearing rounds of let's wait for the next session. Now we are going for lunch. Can you join your hands together again for this panel?
I agree.
Thank you very much, and do the rest of it.
Thank you very much, my moderator. Thank you, leaders, senior industry experts. That session was very much informative and insightful. If we could go on and on, I mean, there are no limits to the knowledge we can acquire from industry leaders. Thank you very much. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we draw this impactful symposium to the close, it is my pleasure to invite a distinguished leader who continues to shape the financial crime and risk advisory landscape across Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Akinola, a Deloitte partner in sharing the vote of thanks. Please a round of applause for Akinola. I think we're boiling. Thank you very much, Akinola.
Good afternoon, everyone. As always, this was an exciting part of this event, and I'm glad I was chosen to do it. So I want to say on behalf of Deloitte, I want to say a big thank you to every one of you. My sincere vote of thanks to, because I saw a group their name down. First, to all of you for bringing your curiosity and your engagement to play. To our panelists for the important conversation we've had. Even to the moderators and to the compare, we want to say a big thank you to all of them. We all know now that, that fraud is the fourth largest economy in the world. So we see why it's important to get involved in it and why it's important for us to nip it in the bud. As we leave here today, I believe we are not just only aware, but we are now better equipped to act together. To close the gap, share intelligence, strengthen controls, and protect the public trust. Let's turn ideas discussed into concrete steps and sustain partnership. And once again, thank you and have safe travels. And I'll meet you the other side down there for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Akiola.
Thank you, Akiola. It's safe to say that this is the moment we've all been waiting for. I do hope that we've had a great time today from all the panel sessions, panel 1, panel 2, panel 3, and all the icebreakers in between as well. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, for coming on this journey with us. Just as Akena has mentioned, we have lunch at the Albany Kokum hall. I'm sure that there are ushers that will direct all of us to where that will be. So please do make sure to network and to have like good conversations before you step out. And finally, my name is Boluwatife Odutola. It's an honor to be a compare here. And then I also go with host with the most. And with me, I have
Gosinoridu, incomparable compare.
Let's go. Thank you very much and have a lovely day.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Exactly. Oh, I just started.
Oh.
Don't stop am already.
Yes.
No, remove from the top. The paper is mine.
So
Thank you. That's the way you go. You never finish. I don't believe say that stuff will work like that. This can say try. Try. But you know if you run 4K. I don't do 4K. Try them.
The recording. What of them now? Now.
I'm not going with my card.
No, I got my hard drive. I don't take any card again. No, I don't want them.
Any cash.
I bought it. I bought your card.